Fantasy, once again. So, for those who may not remember what we did last time, we took down the Water Fiend. After a lot of pain, misery, and woe. Specifically, a lot of mages and sorcerers taking out characters instantly. A lot. Now, between sessions, I went ahead and got everybody up to level 25. As a result of being 25, Cook now has access to level 8 magic. I did not get a chance to go get level 8 magic yet, but what I did do before getting level 8 magic is Stump now has his whole roster of level 1, 2, and 3 spells. Stab also has his whole roster up to level 3. He needs level 4 now because at 25 he picked up level 4 spells. And Bard, similarly, is still sitting at level 6 magic because, being a hybrid caster, he doesn't have as much height in his spellcasting yet. Now, at the end of last session, we went ahead and turned in the tablet. So we actually have the capacity to speak to the people in that one town, I presume. So that is going to be the first thing we're going to stop off to do. Though, for sake of argument, I may pop my head back into town right quick and see if level 4 spells were in here, but I'm pretty sure level 4 spells were over in Elfland. Which we will stop off at on our way, actually, because we can fly. So we will quickly pop into there. We will pop on into where level 8 magic is as well, because it should be conveniently in our path. Because if I'm remembering right, level 2 magic was in the town where Bick was, the name of which I can never remember. Then level 3 and 4 were here. Level 5, I think, was in the town we were just at, where we had turned in the tablet. I need black magic. Yep, level 4. So go ahead and grab you some fast. Grab you some ice 2. And sure, grab sleep 2 for sake of argument, I guess. Really, Stab is coming into his own with capacity to cast. Oh yeah, you probably saw it when I was looking in the item menu already, but we have a full stack of healing potions, 50 pures, 13 softs, a solid amount of cabins and houses. We should be good with regard to all of that. And I didn't check Cook's strength, but he is up to 12 strength now. So he's packing on some muscle. He's got some power. He's got the power. Does he, though? No. Did I clean up inventory? Because I think that might be something I forgot. We're still carrying the light axes. I didn't get rid of the silver knife like I should have for weapon space. And I did not sell the armor. Let me quickly do that while we're here, then. Because I know I was considering hanging on to the armor for sake of swapping for elemental protections, but let's be real here. I don't have space for nonsense like that. It's fascinating to me, by the way, that the ribbons are worth so little. Even though they are clearly very valuable. Okay, so full opal, full gear, all the gear that Cook will have. Alright. It's unfortunate only having 2 open armor spaces, since we have 3 characters who can wear full gear, but, you know, it is what it is. Now, like I said, we got another stop to make before we do what we actually are going to be doing. Because I presume... Oh yeah, our boat's just been left just chilling there. Probably going to stay there for the rest of the game. I have no reason to go back to that boat ever again. That I know of. Is this the town in question? No, that's the town I was making fun of before, whose sole purpose was for Bick to be there. That's the town we're going to be going to, but not yet. We need to go up here first. For a quick stop off to get level 8 magic. I seem to recall this is where the level 8 spells were. It was either here or in the town I left, and if it's in the town I left, well, then we're not getting level 8 magic right now. I cannot be bothered. Yeah, this is level 7. In fact, I think we are SOL on that, actually, then. Is the town I walked away from after grinding is then where level 8 magic was. And I do not feel like going back down that river for the I've lost count time in order to get level 8 magic. I don't think I'm going to need it badly enough to warrant that. Oh wait, no, it's back here. I was right. Is stop, zap, and quadruple X. Let me get the spell list up because I forgot to do that. Where is my spell list? There it is. So stop stops all enemies in place, preventing attacks for a time. Zap is banished, transports enemies to another dimension, resulting in instant death. Quadruple X is kill or doom, erase an enemy from his existence. And there is one more that isn't in this list, which we get somewhere else, which we will definitely be picking up. I don't know if I care enough about the stop spell. I am interested in trying to use Zap. And just make sure I have the right guy selected. There we go. But we'll give him Zap for fun. And we'll see if anything comes of that. I have a bad feeling that that's going to amount to nothing, but, you know. Sometimes you gotta have a little fun. It is unfortunate that there wasn't a raw damage level 8 spell there, but it's fine. We'll figure something out. So we need to land up here somewhere in order to be able to go around down there. Yeah, this one little patch of ground for reasons. We still don't have confirmation of that, believe it or not. We know that the fiends corrupted all of the elements of the world, but we were not given a direct motivation as to why still. We're just dealing with them because they're the problem at the moment. We have not actually met a singular, like, greater evil, really. We're just still in the midst of solving the problems. I mean, it's more like evil forces of nature, really. Just the inverse of the forces of nature, arguably. And we don't have to run back to town thanks to the fact that we have the ability to revive people now. It's just gonna be a big waste of magic, but it's fine. Don't you love when people get hit with instant death? We weren't even in a dungeon and we got hit with instant death. What a time to be alive. For everyone other than Stab. Didn't even know those things had that. Because we barely ran into those even when we were over here before. See, this is more what I'm used to seeing here all the time. Just everybody that can throw fire too, and we'll be out of here in a minute. Well, that's because there's a lot of things that are technically ways you could connect these, just the actual things that are happening are not directly connected. Because most of the uniting elements, if you pay attention, are, hey, there's these important crystals that run the way the world works that people are fucking with. That's like the consistent thing in a ton of these, for one. In this one, it's these 4 orbs. In a lot of the ones in between now and 7, they're like 5 or or so crystals instead. There's almost always a Cid somewhere doing Cid things. Frequently there is some reference to Chaos or some other uniting evil entity like that. And, you know, there's the job system and everything, usually uniting the concepts for your hero team. Or things that fulfill the same role concepts exists. Either one. Yeah, just fire. Like, there's not, like, a uniting narrative to Final Fantasy necessarily, but it's, like... I have to assume it's taking place in universe, is the way they're handling that. Which is honestly smarter than a lot of series, because series start to fall apart and make no fucking sense when they try to make a giant uniting narrative. Just gesture at Zelda, or... Actually, yeah, just gesture at, like, every series that runs longer than, like, 5 games. They collapse at some point, because people didn't think of all the fucking plot holes they put in along the way. Or they have to make 7 timelines to make anything make sense. Either way, it's fucked. We are the Lefanish. Only our bravest became Sky Warriors. Your airship was theirs. Well, it's mine now. We gained the ability to understand these people from Dr. Owen with the tablet. How we learned to hear and understand this entire language from a tablet is a whole other discussion, but, you know, don't worry about that. At the time of destruction, a legend was born, and in 400 years, warriors with orbs will appear to save our people. Are you? I mean, we are warriors with orbs, though only 3 of them are working right now. Ah, the Light Warriors. The legend is true. I don't know about that one. Till 400 years ago, we controlled the power of the wind. This enabled us to suspend the castle in the air. Oh, so I guess the castle probably fell out of the sky at some point then, huh? Considering they lost the power of the air. 400 years ago, we had an advanced civilization. Our interest was the universe. Good for you. Get out of my way. Floating castle flies high in the sky, seemingly among the stars. Nah, it's just because it's nighttime. It passed on the legends of the generation to generation, but 400 years have caused our memories to fade. That is what memories usually do. I wonder if the robots made by our ancestors are still moving. Oh joy, ancient technology robots. No prize if anybody guesses that we're gonna have to fight those later. It's a pretty safe guess that our next target's that Sky Castle. Floating castle. Our ancestors lived there. The Mirage Tower is the entrance. I was right. The tower is how I get to the Sky Castle. We just need to be able to get to the Mirage Tower. Our last 5 warriors left to find the cause of the world's decay. We know they live, but as bats. You're asking the wrong guy, because I didn't pay attention to that as a concept, because I couldn't care. That whole we began subverting the narrative convention thing was a load of shit for the most part anyway, because you know what they did? They created a different convention that 17 million people copied afterwards. The cool guys became the boring people. So really, that's just a useless loop anyway. We knew that a great power controlled the fiends. Our 5 bravest warriors left, never to return. Like, that's just the same loop that happens every time. Because take a look at what's happening with modern indie games. Give that a few more years, and that's gonna become an old hat as well. That's just how these loops work. With this chime, you can enter the Mirage Tower. That's our whole reason for being here. Gaining access to the Mirage Tower. We fought with Tiamat, but were unsuccessful. The fiend now inhabits our floating castle. I'm glad you finally had useful information. Is it, though? I mean, it's temporarily cool, I suppose. I don't know. I feel like people put too much stock into subversion at this point, just because it... I can't bring myself to be as interested in it because of how much it's been done at this point. Like, subverting expectations and everything. Like, every other thing tries to subvert your expectations, or at least there was a period where that was happening, so I'm just so burnt out on that method of doing things. I would actually rather things stick to my expectations, because that would be more surprising. Okay, I did talk to you already. Well, yeah. Like what you like, I'm just saying from my perspective, this is my problem with it, is because it has become a trope, which means it's no longer really as much of a thing. Also, supposedly, according to the spell list, there was supposed to be somebody in there that would teach me Flare. I did not see anybody I didn't talk to. But I'm gonna check again, just... There must be somebody, like, off to a side somewhere or something, because there was no buildings. Unless this is enterable. Yes, I understand that that's what you mean. I'm saying it has become more heavily used and abused, is the problem. Like, yes, that is a narrative feature. You are correct. But you were missing the point I was trying to make. Hey, Name, how you doing? Welcome in. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. I know that that can end up having a couple other unique potential pronunciations. So do correct me if I'm wrong. Unless there's something hidden somewhere here. Either Flare only exists in the remakes, because unfortunately the list I'm looking at covers both. It's been going mostly well. There have been a few crash outs here and there over some choices made, and I would definitely say that if you're gonna play this, you'd be better served playing the Pixel Remaster, because it does have some more quality of life to it. But this held up better than I expected it to. I do have to say that. Just buckle up and be ready for instant death spells. Not so much difficulty spikes, more haha fuck you, die instantly because we've decided to give these guys instant death moves. And I don't want to call those difficulty spikes because it's not really difficulty. It's just, you die now, but the rest of the enemies are fine. Just don't get those encounters and it's the same difficulty. Like, it's much the same as how people will call out, like, the SMT games for having enemies with instant kill moves. And say, oh god, it's so harsh, so difficult. It's like, well, one, those games actually usually give you a way of reversing those if you're prepared for it properly. This doesn't, but again, different point. Basically what I'm saying is instant death does not mean difficulty, just means pain in the ass. I don't know where the supposed flare is, so I'm gonna just assume it's a thing in the remaster and not in this version. So our level 8 is gonna just not be that good, and that's fine. It will occasionally let me do instant death back on things that it works on. In hindsight, I should have remembered that I had to walk all the way back there. Yeah, there's two different versions of the T-Rexes. There's the Tyros and then proper T-Rexes where we're gonna be going. I know that because I walked over to the Mirage Tower not realizing I wasn't supposed to be there yet, and then had to turn around and come back. There's also proper, like, ankylosaurs running around, too. So that'll be fun. Oh, mobile Discord, why are you a disaster? There you go. Just wanted to check on the follow-up from something I was talking about right before I started. A lot of things. There are a lot of things that would be very funny, including this game actually having a sense of humor. Which it kind of does. But some of the humor falls flat depending on when you run into it. I believe that has been somewhat done. I don't believe anybody has fully leaned into that, but that definitely rings a bell. Like, I feel like I may have, like, read a couple novels or something with that idea, but nothing, like, big that had that. But I do agree, that would be interesting. I don't know if it would necessarily be funny, but it'd be interesting. I would be down to see that actually be a fleshed out, significant thing. Just by virtue of that same thing I was talking about before of, it would be something different. Not majorly different, but different enough to have its own value. See, you'd have to be careful how you approach that for that to actually be funny. Because you can't beat the idea in too hard. Otherwise, it just starts to become tired and tedious. Like, yes, we get it, they think they're dragons. But as just like a little tongue-in-cheek, like, yeah, this is just how this works thing. That would work. Yeah, see this whole giant desert here where the spindly little tower sticking out of it? This tower's where we're gonna be going. But I can't land the airship in the desert because this airship just can't land anywhere other than perfectly flat ground. So we're just gonna land it here because, you know, landing between two mountains is also such a great idea. Nothing could possibly go wrong with all the propellers on this airship landing in a spot like that. There's your Enklo. He's a spiky boy. I was not expecting to see one of these the second I landed here, but you know what? There he is. There's the boy. As you can see, they hurt a lot, and they have the defense you'd expect them to have. There's also red versions of these that are way out to the west somewhere. I forget exactly where. We ran into them last time. And you'll notice they're worth 1 whole gold. Because apparently nobody even wants the parts of them. But yeah, there are a couple instances of universes referring to things as dragons that weren't what most would consider dragons as well. And I'm trying to think of what those were, but it's not coming to mind because it's been too long since I've looked at those things. Not necessarily a point on your point there, just I remember a thing, so I'm going to talk about it. Now we can enter here because we have the chime. I wonder how bad this place is going to be. Let's find out. There's a lot of treasure in there. That's always a good sign. I think these are robots. is they mentioned that they had robots, and I would assume that the tower that leads to their flying castle would also be guarded by the same robots that would be in the flying castle. And they have stun. Great! Great, I love that for me. Okay, at least somebody can hurt them. And lightning works. Oh yeah, this is another abiding thing throughout all of Final Fantasy as well, is usually some abrupt amount of technology that does not fit. Though that's actually just kind of a thing a lot of fantasy games were doing in this rough era, considering Might and Magic did that, Final Fantasy, obviously, as we're experiencing here, does it, and a few others also had some shocking turns of technology appear. Oh yeah, Wizardry. Also, I believe some of those had shocking turns of technology just appearing in places. Not all of the Wizardries were like that, though. I believe only some of them? My memory is foggy on that. So there's almost certainly going to be somebody that's going to pop up and go, well, actually, no, this one didn't. And it's like, yep, that's great for you. I'm glad you know this. Well done. I don't think these are a big enough deal for me to burn your magic, too. I'm mostly just burning Stab's magic because his magic doesn't matter as much. And Cook's whole purpose in life is to use magic, or to do what I'm going to have him do right now, which is dance around with his little magic staff and heal people to try to alleviate some of this burning damage. Is the constant cremate spam is kind of an issue. Of course, that also heals for, like, nothing. Now, you might be thinking, well, why are you having a melee character using magic? Magic's funny in this, in that the magic doesn't scale with any statistics or anything. The spells are the spells, so since he can learn these spells, his spells are arguably as good as a primary caster's spells are. So he may as well use them. Like, that's the funny thing there. The limiting factor he's gonna have is not being able to cast as high a level of a spell. More or less, yeah. The intelligence stat exists, it just, that's about as far as it goes, it exists. Because if we look, Cook's intelligence, for example, is 44. Stab's intelligence is a whole 19, and more often than not, you'll see the exact same results out of their spells. Pretty much, yeah.
Welcome to your doom.
That is probably how this place is going to be, yeah. How's it going, Natra? We've already been having a bit of doom. Nothing complete, but definitely a bit. And I'm betting as soon as I walk in front of this chest, I'm gonna get attacked. No? Oh, no wonder it was only a money chest. What this one? Healing helmet. Oof. So the problem here is he can't wear that healing helmet, but actually, hang on. You have 58 defense. How much defense will you have when you put on the healing hat? Same amount, so you know what? You may as well wear the healing hat, and whenever we're in a bad spot, I'll have him also be able to heal by just tapping his magic healing hat. Tons and tons of money. Vorpal? Vorpal usually means it has a chance to kill things instantly. That is delightful. Let's see, you currently have a hit percentage of 107 and 51 damage. If you equip the Vorpal presumed sword, you have 46 and 107. So that is weaker? Double checking, make sure my eyes aren't lying to me. Yeah, nope, that is weaker than the ice sword, which means it's not gonna be better for Bard either. Shits and giggles. Can you equip it? Nope. I'm assuming I am correct in that that's gonna have a chance to instant kill. 42. Switching off of defense to that, you end up with... Yeah, it's not even better than the defender. Okay, we are probably just gonna get rid of that unless I hear from somebody that knows the game well that just starts screaming, "Oh my god, use the Vorpal sword, it just kills everything." And even then I may ignore them. You know, I'm not sure I want to deal with this. Considering what happened the last time we just saw this. Let's see if we can just get through this quickly, though. Because we could use the experience. We'll just take them seriously and just hit them with the good shit. Okay, yeah, ice is definitely good against them, which makes sense because they were throwing fire magic around. That's gonna be so overkill. Or not. Bear in mind, there can be a wide variance in how much damage a spell does, and that was one of those moments. His physical attack on a crit did the same amount of damage as his top-of-the-line ice spell. Ooh, Aegis Shield. I'm gonna assume I want that. Gonna just go out on a limb and assume that's a good thing. So your defense is currently 74. If I give you Aegis instead of Opal, that's the same amount. But I'm going to assume the Aegis Shield probably has some kind of magic effect it can do. Can you use this shield? Nope. Okay, Buckler only for you still then. And that means the Opal Shield goes to you. Means you lose the... Oh, no, you can't use that. Never mind, the Opal Shield just goes in a bin, probably, then. Unless, can you use the Aegis Shield? No. Okay, never mind. I tried. No one can say I didn't try to give him good things. Stab is just continuing to be a nuisance by not being able to do certain things. Now, don't get me wrong, it's confusing enough already that a ninja is using a shield. But it is a direct inconvenience to me, therefore I'm going to yell at him about it. We'll just throw the silver helm away because we don't need it. And for those wondering, this is all the space you have for armor. If you don't have a slot open here, you can't pick up whatever you find. It'll just sit there. The good news is you'll still be able to pick it up as soon as you make a space. But that's all the space you got. How are we doing for health? So I didn't actually look at that. So I don't know if that robot's gonna be a fight when I talk to it. Yeah, hopefully work goes well. In case I didn't say that before. I was in the middle of a bunch of things all at once there. That'll be good enough. Hello, robot. Are you the master? I could be. Okay, I cannot interact with the computers because obviously this lot doesn't understand technology. That's a lot of Medusas. I'm so glad they chose somebody who's wearing a ribbon. His ribbons supposedly protect you from a bunch of status effects, and I'm going to assume that being petrified would be on that list. And maybe it's just me, but I personally would consider being petrified a big problem. Be very inconvenient. But as you can see, Medusas don't have a ton of health, because we have seen them before, just not in this much of a quantity. And for anybody that may have not seen previous sessions, dividing your attacks is important because characters will not auto-target to a different enemy when an enemy dies. They will just continue to beat up the corpse. So, bear that in mind. I do not actually know if the Pixel Remaster fixes that or not. I know it fixes a bunch of things like that. I don't know if that specific one is one that it fixes. We've been getting very lucky as far as the petrification goes. Unless the Aegis shield is also like a anti-petrify shield or something, and that's why you want that. I just assumed because it had a neat name that it's like, oh, this is probably a good thing to have. And Aegis is usually like the name of a very potent defense of some kind. So logic denotes that it would be good. And another bot bites the dust alongside that Chimera. Robot wandering around in there. We have to go around this whole circle because that's just how this place is designed. Vampires. I haven't seen any of these yet, I don't think. Outside of as a boss fight at one point, which was not that significant a boss, but I have to assume as a regular enemy they may be more dangerous because there's, you know, quantity over quality. Go ahead and throw a Cure 2 down on Cook. Cook, go ahead and start doing area healing. Okay, yeah, they're just getting stomped in, so no big issues here. Never mind. No particular concerns. Let's see what this robot's got for us. Explain things, beep boop. One of us escaped with a cube. He floated far to the west. Yeah, we have that cube. The cube is how we get up to the floating castle based on what we were told as things went along. No, don't do fire because these guys cast fire, so they probably are resistant to it. Which means Bard's magic is useless, but thankfully he has the Zeus bracers you can just kind of clack together and blast things with lightning. Which is why I wasn't worried about him not having lightning. These guys don't have tons of health from what I recall, so even if these spells don't do tons on their own, it should work itself out just fine. Or, you know, Stump can just do like nearly 400 damage and just nuke something with his sword. Few people are poisoned, which is going to be annoying for less reasons than you might think. It's more a matter of the poison's going to make the party order shuffle than necessarily anybody dying to it at this point. See if you get a chance to use that staff before they're all dead. It won't cure anything, but it'll raise everybody's health a little bit. It only heals for like 15 at a time. So it's not huge, but it adds up if he gets multiple turns to sit there and do that. I have to assume the helmet does the same thing. Just it takes up a different inventory slot. This is why I don't like poison at this point. That and just the memory of how bad poison was earlier on in the game when you couldn't cure it worth a damn and you had to carry a bajillion pures just to not have people dying left and right. And still having people dying left and right. Now, it is worth noting for anybody coming in later on as well, this is session 4? I want to say it's 4, and there's a decent chance we'll be finishing this today. I don't know for a fact that I'll be finishing today, because I don't know exactly how long everything is. But I know for a fact we have to light up all 4 of those orbs by defeating the 4 fiends, for one. And I'm reasonably confident there's only one thing after that, so depending on how long it takes us to get up to that fiend and get through that, we are likely to achieve the end of the game. So if you don't want to see the end of the game, you may not want to watch this whole session through. You may want to go to the VOD channel instead if you want to see the progression up to that first. Which that'll be all in the link tree under exclamation point tree, if you would prefer to see things in order. There is not a playlist up for it yet because the game is not complete. I only make the playlist after it's complete for the most part. This way I don't end up forgetting to actually put things into the playlist, as that has happened before. Now, Dragon Armor, I'm gonna assume is good, but I'm gonna try to give it to somebody other than Stump first. So, Stab, can you wear Dragon Armor? You cannot. Okay. Never fucking mind then, unless you can wear it. Nope. Of course not. Why would I ever think that you guys can wear good things? Why would I ever make the mistake of thinking you can equip anything worthwhile? I should have checked the stats. 74. I think that's higher? Wasn't he at 74 before? Hang on. Nothing changed, so... We'll go ahead and put it on anyway, just in case it does something useful in here, I guess. And it's dragon, so, you know, rule of cool. That's the one I got it out of. Or, never mind, that one was just empty, I guess. Sun Sword. Okay. Power of the sun in the palm of your hand. 51. 54. That is an improvement. So he's gonna replace his ice sword. No need to hand the ice sword down because the defender is staying on Stab until we get a really good sword that he can use. No, actually, he can just use it from his inventory even if he gets handed a better sword. Hang on, I'm trying to fix this. The Mage Staff, by the way, in case you're wondering why Stump is carrying that, is it enables him to cast Fire too. So basically, the entire party now can hit an enemy group with Fire too if I want to. That's why he's carting that around. Is remember, intelligence doesn't matter for spell damage, so he can hit with it just about as well as anybody else can. So if we have like a zombie group or something show up that would piss me off, otherwise we could just nuke it from orbit. Not worry about it. So defense sword though. We have 42. 41. You may as well keep the defense sword then. The defense sword though gives him invisibility if I remember right. So he gets like extra evasion if he uses it. But he has to actively burn a turn using it. So it's probably not going to get used too much because we do have an area invisibility. We've just got a Thor hammer. And a bunch more chimeras. You know what? I'm curious. Does the Sun Sword do something? You're out of Ice 2s. Guess hit him with a Lightning 2 then. Go, Thor's hammer, for the good of the city. If there's even anything left standing. Yeah, they held up to that pretty well, actually. Sunsword did nothing. Thor's hammer did. I'm gonna assume that's Lightning 2, just like the bracers do. So, not exactly impressive. As I was advised before that the items mostly do just level 2 spells. So if an item does a spell, it'll probably just be roughly the same. And I don't think that that hammer is going to be remarkable for anybody. Because the only one who probably would be able to use it would be Stump. And I guess I could just add it to his collection. Now he can do lightning instead of fire at need. Yeah, see, it's only 40. As opposed to 54. The advantage to hammers is that white mages can use them. That's the main thing for those, as far as I'm aware. So, that's why those exist. Or, now that you hit 26, can you... He has level 7 magic now! Yay! We might actually be able to get some level 7 white magic going. Some money. I'm pretty sure I checked out all the boxes now, because I started from the top. Okay, so my goal is to come out down there, I presume. So actually, I wanted to go out the other door, I think. I believe this leads down. Wait, no, those are the stairs I came in from. I'm being a fool. We already saw the stairs that goes further, up above. I am a silly bastard sometimes. Oh yeah, Invis 2 is what I was talking about, by the way. That gives evasion to the whole party, which can be real handy. There's your Monday chat disconnect. Thanks, Twitch. Love that for me. I still blame Twitch on that, even though there's a chance that that's, like, my internet or such. I don't think so, though. Considering we would logically be having other issues as well if it was my internet. Which has thankfully held up despite the winter storm that hit. Though it is still snowing here, so that can change at any time. It's just not snowing, like, heavily or aggressively, so I doubt it'll end up amounting to anything too significant. It's already iced everything over for a fair bit, so it's probably done the worst it's going to. Reorder the party again. Can't even do it in a quick way because he was slot 2, but down to slot 4. There was no exit out of the top of this room, right? Yeah. That's a lot of robots. What if we introduce you to lightning? You don't really have, like, a fun magic thing you can do. Wave your hat around. I'm just gonna do the logical thing Um, unless I'm doing bad math, I think that's slightly better than the heal from the staff, actually. I want to say that was 20 instead of 15, but I could have read those numbers wrong. Yeah, we may as well just hit these robots just collectively with lightning. Yeah, well, if Stab had attacked, he might have killed that one, but he also probably wouldn't have hit the right one, because I would have had no way to know which one survived all of that. So it doesn't matter. On the bright side, with us gaining thousands of experience per combat, and these combats not being horrendous, we are going to continue to gain in levels, so it'll all work itself out. Getting a little tired of these Catman encounters, though. Thank you, Bard. Get me out of here. Oh yeah, for those coming in later on in the series here, I should probably explain the naming convention a little bit. Stump is as smart as a stump and probably gonna be the last one standing after everybody gets cut down consistently. Stab was our thief and became our ninja. His whole function is to stab, so thus Stab. I always thought red mages looked like bards, so that's why our red mage is bard. And Cook, his whole purpose was to cook enemies, and, well, he got cooked a lot, too. So he's Cook. There you go. That's where all that came from, and why that is what it is. It just happened to work out that Stump was the only not four-letter name, which is extra funny considering Stump was the one named first. Like, just somehow that ended up happening. Which also just makes his name look dumber than the rest, so it actually, like, works on an extra level. At least to me. Like, and I'm the one, and I'm trying to amuse most of the time, so it works out. Blue Dragon. This might be a set encounter. So if this isn't too bad and we get a decent amount out of it... Oh, you are a thunder using one, huh? I thought this was gonna be ice. Turns out lightning's not gonna do much to you, then. Good crit. And it's dead. Only 800 experience, I'm not gonna repeat that. Is something we learned, for those that came in late as well, is you can actually repeat static encounters if you just step on the tile again. Transporter operation requires a cube. Hey Evie, how's it going? Why are you throwing snow at me? I already have a lot landing in my house. No. I hope all is going well. Welcome to the Flying Castle. Population a lot of gray. I suppose. Already looks like it snowed in this place. Bad man. Oh no. Not the bad man. You know, in hindsight, I should have used a cabin or something before walking into the tower in the first place. Time to freeze the bad man. Gotta say, you're definitely better off playing the Pixel Remaster. This version definitely does the player dirty a fair few times. Not to say that the Pixel Remaster doesn't still have the instant death and everything, I'm sure, but... I want to say in the Pixel Remaster you can at least buy multiple potions at once instead of having to buy them one at a time. Oh, absolutely. Some hold up better than others. This, being an NES game, puts it in a bit rougher of a spot than most, because of limitations. And honestly, Final Fantasy is a series where they definitely learned a lot as they went. Yeah, exactly. Like, I am one of those people that scoff at Final Fantasy in general a little bit because it's just another one of those series that in my mind has kind of just lived a little too long. But I have to give them credit where credit's due that they did learn a lot as they went. If nothing else, in terms of their mechanics and actual, like, player and quality of life for the player, that's what I wanted to say. Which we'll be seeing plenty of that as we go through the first 4 games to pay off the Donathon. Absolutely. But that's kind of the thing that I'm getting at there too, though, is since they're so wildly different, I feel like there's only just, like, vague things tying them together enough that they could have just given it a different name at that point. But they're trying to keep the Final Fantasy name together. More or less, yeah. There are still elements that tie it all together as staying close enough to same universe. But it's just, it gets tenuous enough that I'm like, did you really need to keep it Final Fantasy for 16 games? Other than for branding? Because that really is what it all feels like it is at that point, is it's purely for branding purposes. Which, you know, I get it. Oh, protection ring. That's actually useful. I don't know a ton about it either. Yeah, exactly. And it just bugs me because, like, that is the whole reason for it. It's just one of those things that ticks in my brain as a personal pet peeve of mine. I'm not asking anybody to agree with me or go along with that thought. Yeah, go ahead and just heal a little bit, because I don't think this is going to be a huge deal to get through. Okay. 5 is very good. 5 is one of the ones I genuinely enjoyed. And probably the one I played the most. It is going to take a fair bit, though. That is the one another thing. Like, nothing against this series, but I probably would not be playing this if it weren't for the fact that I offered people the opportunity to unlock parts of a series and 4 credits worth went toward Final Fantasy. That is true. I just always give that warning because you can end up very easily hitting a burnout point on a game if it ends up going too long. Even if you don't start burning out on it, sometimes the audience can burn out on it before you do. So it's always just that, like, awkward balancing act sometimes. See, that's an air elemental, so I'm gonna assume lightning is probably not the one for it. Even though it's a higher level spell, I'll try to play around weaknesses. Okay, Stump, go ahead and just, you know, eviscerate that guy. That works, I guess. Thanks. I'm glad I had everybody target that anyway. This shouldn't last too much longer, so I don't think it's worth casting any more spells. Oh, absolutely. If you can get everybody around to the idea of just watching for you, then that burnout isn't as big a problem. That's just one of those, like, general cautionary statements. Bane Sword. Gonna go with a 50-50 on that sword even working. That's another funny thing about the original version of this, is a lot of the secondary effects and such on gear apparently just don't even work. So that's always fun. Let's see, you currently have 41 damage. Let's see if this does any more. Oh, he can at least use it. Nope, it does less damage, so let's just not even toy with that then. We'll see if it does something magical at some point, perhaps. Pretty much, yeah. The classic, like, oops, we had a bad keystroke. Guess everything's going to not work now. Because I was told that the temper spell, which makes your attack go higher, doesn't work. Basically, all of the weapons that are meant to do extra damage to particular enemy types don't work. Blind doesn't work. And those are the only ones I remember off the top of my head that just straight up don't work. Yeah, it's a very similar problem. Some of that being they just made kind of wacky decisions, but some of it being just it is slightly broken. It's definitely a little column A, little column B. Honestly, yeah, that is an entirely fair statement to make. Especially toward, like, blind, for example. It is a crapshoot to tell whether an effect like that works because it's odds-based. You could just be unlucky and it's just not landing that the accuracy reduction does anything. So it's like, well, how do you tell then? You don't. You just hope for the best. Like, you could reduce an enemy down to 10% chance to hit, and they still might hit that 10%. Just gonna shove a bunch of potions in Cook's face, as is tradition. Exactly. Because, like, you'll see a lot of ineffective pop up in this game, specifically, and it's like, okay, is it ineffective because it didn't hit? Is it ineffective because they're immune to it? Is it ineffective because the spell just sucks? Which one is it? Who knows? Good luck. Like, here, I'll actually give a perfect example of it, more than likely, if these guys live for any real amount of time. Yeah, pretty much. Like, for memes, I got on a instant death spell for Cook as his highest level spell. Yeah, see, ineffective, asleep. So it does sort of work, just not much. But since the ad is running, I'm going to get up for a moment here, and we will be back to this fight once the ad's done. So, back in a moment, y'all. Go do what you need to do, and we will be back to business here shortly. Alright, welcome back from the ads, everybody. Hopefully the timer is actually telling me the truth. We'll see how well that works out. As you can see, we're still in the fight because I walked away and got a cookie while we were waiting for the ads to run anyway. So y'all didn't miss anything. Because it can be handy to keep the old blood sugar up while you're trying to do these things. And it helps keep the mood up when dungeons start to be a pain. But if anybody got caught by the ads right as I cast the sleep spell, I can tell you it was ineffective against basically everybody except the one that just died now. You didn't miss anything there either. I went over into this one already, right? That is the one problem with getting up during ads, is I end up having this weird, like, mental reset when I get up and walk away and come back. I will forget where I was and what I was doing for a moment. It's honestly kind of funny when it happens, though. You're already basically tapped on most of your useful spells. Is the main difference between Fire and Ice 1 and 2, for anybody that doesn't know, is level 1 targets one thing, level 2 targets everything. So the single target ones are a lot less worthwhile a lot of the time, unless you are dealing with something very specific. But honestly, the damage on those low-level spells is also probably not worth using outside of an actual dedicated caster, unless it's something you know is very weak to that element anyway. Speaking of... I don't think these guys are going to care that much about fire. So, Physician Heal Thyself, and we'll worry about the details later. I want to say ice is the answer for these. Not that it's going to matter if we just chop them like that. Now, to talk about what we're going to do after we're done with this, because we are either finishing this session or next session, I'm torn a little bit, because I kind of want to fit in Breath of Fire since I had said I was going to do that before the whole thing with the Donathon kicked off. So I want to kind of fair play that and actually do that. And I do not want to be running two RPGs at the same time. So I think the most fair way I can do that is we'll have started the Final Fantasy set, then we'll do the Breath of Fire one that I promised, and meanwhile on Tuesdays we'll work through Dark Souls after Hollow Knight's done. That seems like the most reasonable way to go about getting that all sorted through. That must be armor, because we have weapon space. And now we have a problem. Because we are out of space, and I don't especially want to give up the healing helmet. But I think I might have to. Actually, no, wasn't the healing helmet the same strength as the opal helmet? No, that was a silver helm. Let's see if that ends up being as good, though. 74... Two absorption difference. I'd rather him have the healing helm than the opal helm. If it's a difference of 2 defense, I'd rather him have the ability to area heal for free if he needs to, over him having just 2 defense. And that was a worthless box to open, because the silver helm is what we replaced with the healing helm earlier. Throw that away too. Just chuck that in the bin where it belongs. And that box was empty. Good room, everybody. What a wonderful room full of great things that we clearly needed. Beat up the Chimera. Only one of them I see no reason to cast any spells at. Because even Cook does okay melee damage. 25's not anything to write home about, but it's better than nothing. It's certainly better than, like, the 5s he used to do once upon a time. Full gauntlets. I don't think those are going to be worth having. Unless they're significantly better than the power gauntlets and he can wear them. Can't wear them, doesn't matter. And Bard's keeping the Zeus bracers so he can get free lightning 2s out of it. So this really is just a bad situation to be in armor-wise. Like, it's great that we have all this good gear now, but it's bad because we can't pick up much of anything to learn if anything else is any good. It's very unfortunate. I'll try something. Just everybody use your things. You don't have anything to use that'll do anything, though. Ice that guy in particular. I don't know why that guy, but that guy in particular. You go ahead and use the Zeus bracers. You go ahead and use... you do have a little bit of a problem here, too, because these aren't undead, so the light axe doesn't work. The healing staff heals us. The wizard staff confuses them. You know what? The hell with it. Go ahead and heal. It's fine. These guys aren't that big a problem. Yeah, see, he did 37. Hooray! He actually killed something with Thor's hammer. Or purely through magic. Hooray! Okay, now we'll actually, you know, attack them properly. There we go. Since they always face you down when a fight ends, sometimes I forget which way I was going. Opal shield. The amount of things I'm wasting makes me very sad. Another ribbon. Now we have a problem. Is the ribbon, as I mentioned earlier, is theoretically really good protection against status effects, but 2 of them are wearing healing helmets that I don't want to lose either. So do I give up one of the apparent 3 ribbons that exist in the game? I think the answer is yes, though, because I don't want to give up the amount of defense that the healing helmets give either of the other 2. Problem is, this is a decision I can't take back. Once I make this decision, it's over. Doing it. Gonna make me sad, but doing it. When I'm suffering with status effects on stab later, remember that I did that. we will just all collectively flash back to that moment, and I will be sad. But the decision was made. Greater Medusas, we'll just... actually no. You attack that one, you attack that one, you attack that one. Split it a little bit better. Once again proving that when I take my time to split these, it doesn't matter. I really thought they had more than 100 hit points. Turns out they didn't. Black shirt. Can't hold anymore. Can you wear the black shirt? Of course not. This might actually be, like, legitimate, like black belt armor. It is. Well, throwing that away because I can't... Well, actually, for sake of argument... For one, let's cycle all of you back to your correct armor. Can you wear it? You can? Okay. Is it better than your opal thing, though? 43... 33. No, it is not. Did his evasion go up a bunch? 65. God damn it. One button too many. No, the evasion's even worse. I think that is just black belt armor. Probably something that they... Maybe that's something they can wear but still maintain their bonuses? I don't know. All I know is, to me, it is useless. White shirt. No, I think they might just be memeing on me. This might be one of those things where it's like, look, you're in a high-tech area. Here, have a black and a white t-shirt. Yeah. Yeah, it's certainly seeming like that's what that is. We'll hang on to the other one till we don't have any space again for something else. Exactly. I survived all the chimeras, and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. And then they set the shirt on fire. Well, we may as well go check the other corner, too. It's getting to the point where I probably should just blitz to the end of this. Is we're running out of things that seem like they're worth stopping for? But at the same time, what if the thing I don't check is the super cool thing, though? There could be cool things, I don't know. It's always the way. Why must you poison us? Why are you like this? I will be forever paranoid about loot drops because of the amount of games where I've literally missed, like, somebody's ultimate weapon because I didn't open a specific box. Because by the time that box showed up, I was tired of opening boxes and finding junk. And then the one item in that entire floor that I didn't get was that thing. Just like, why? So now it's just habit to check every box. Hey, there's the adamant to make the nifty thing that the dwarf can make for us. This is why you check every box. Admittedly, question mark whether that's going to be at all relevant at any point, but you know what? At least we have it. Is for those who weren't here in the early sessions, down in the cave that all the dwarves live in, one of them mentioned being a particularly good smith whose supply of adamant ran out, and he said he would make us a particularly powerful sword if we brought him any adamant we found. So in theory, we can go get a cool sword. In practice, we'll see if that sword actually matters at all. You green robot, what's your deal? You can look out over the world from this tower window. You can also fall to your death through all of the holes in the floor in this place. Good God. Sentry bot, huh? You know what? I'm gonna choose to not be impressed, and I'm probably going to get slapped for it. 3. 62. Ow. Okay, you know what? I'm impressed. I retract my previous statement. I regret my life choices. Lightning bolt. Because it'll still do more than their melee attacks were. Ow! Ow! That's half a bard's health. That's less than ideal. Still alive, huh? You start waving the fancy magic healing hat around, because we're gonna need it. Out of lightning 2s, I do have a decent amount of lightning 3s, so we'll just throw one of those at him if he lives. Which he did. Hook might not at this rate, though. There's been a whole running narrative with Cook about just dancing around and waving that healing staff and just being a sign spinner for the team. Because honestly, in a lot of regular encounters, that's all he ends up doing at this point. Money. Armor. Money. Armor. Anti-petrification. More money. Alright, let's see what either of these two armor things are. This is when we're gonna find a blue and a red t-shirt or something. There's cloth, which is the literal starting cloth armor. Love that there's more of that just laying around. Goes in the bin where it belongs. And pro cape. We might not have room for anything else anymore. I'm gonna assume I want that protection ring and that protection cape. So we now have a problem in that there's nothing I want to get rid of anymore. Because now everybody actually has a full set of equipment. And mind you, we could have gotten protection rings a while ago. That was just the first free protection ring we encountered in the wild. And Cook was, for the most part, our only remaining inventory space, so that's why he didn't get the protection ring before now. Is honestly, protection ring or no, he was probably going to have died about as much as he has up to this point anyway. So, the attempt to preserve him didn't seem worth the time and effort. Unfortunately for Cook. Touch up people's health a little bit just to keep it from getting too bad. Because remember, we can't use our houses and cabins and tents and such indoors. We've seen these before, haven't we? I feel like we've seen these before, and it wasn't good when we did see them. Gonna just go out on a limb and just, you know, hit him with the big stuff. Okay, they do have like roughly 300 something hit points. So we killed 2 of them straight out. They're not particularly weak to lightning though. Weak enough. Hey, Cook got a melee kill. Look at him go. That 12 strength is really coming in hot for him. That is another ongoing meme, is being excited every time Cook accomplishes things. It used to be a joke that Stab couldn't accomplish anything, but ever since he became a ninja, he actually got his shit together, so he's not as exciting anymore. Speaking of ninjas, the katana sounds like something he wants. But we are now starting to run out of melee weapon space as well. So, 43 damage versus 46 damage and a 90% hit rate. I can live with that. Drop the ice sword, because you probably don't need that. Drop the coral sword, because that thing's super out of date. Same with the silver knife. Yeah, go ahead and drop the flame sword as well, even though I like the way it looks. There we go. Clean up some space. I should have sold things like the extra swords and such while we were in town, but we are sitting on a lot of money, and we're running out of things to spend money on at this point. So I'm not really going to stress over it. And that, by the way, is why I didn't fix the inventory, because it auto-fixes that, which is rather nice. I'm actually going to move the Thor hammer down to stab. Even though he can cast some magic, him having guaranteed available magic is probably better than him burning his limited spell slots on some of these encounters. Okay, I did get all of them. I was pretty sure it was a katana and then money, but I wanted to double check. See how well the katana does. I think I missed his attack already because I looked away for a second. Because he actually went first for a change. As you would think a ninja would. Now the burning. Now the burning. Why must all of you burn me? Is it because I'm disrespecting you by not attacking fully right away? Honestly, I can understand that. Not bad. 3 attacks for 123. Oh joy, a giant open space. Oh boy, oh boy. No prize for guessing how long we're gonna be stuck in here. Especially if your guess is a long time. I'm running out of spell charges on Cook, and that's gonna be a problem. It may come down to I give him one of the magic weapons, just so he can stay relevant. In fact, I may actually pass the mage staff over to him since Stump's not really using it. Get in here. Go ahead and get that out of the way. As nice as it would be to have a spell on Stump, right now, not running Cook out of his spells entirely is probably more important to us. So we can preserve some attack spells for when we inevitably get to whatever the boss of this place is. Also, the way this whole place is flickering upsets my eyes, and I apologize to everyone else's eyes that are seeing it. Understand that I do acknowledge that that is happening. Which, actually, that does remind me, I never did turn that back on. So, there we go. I think that floor might actually be more egregious than the spell casting as far as the flickering goes, so there you go. I really do think this is looping, though. Yeah, because we're back where we started now. Oh, is this gonna be one of those I need to know the direction to go situations? Otherwise, I just keep looping ad infinitum. Oh, joy of joys. Isn't that gonna be fun? The good news is I would assume this is the end of this area. Like, probably after we clear this section is when we're gonna get to the boss. Still don't know why the Black Wizard sprite is purple on the overworld. That still is a bit of an odd one. Just gets like this purple commander outfit going. Let's just go straight up, see what happens. Vampire again. Just like wise vampire or wizard vampire, whatever WZ is supposed to mean. Okay, he cast fire protection on himself, but not protection from stabbing, so he's dead now. Remember, folks, one of the most effective spells in your arsenal is the protect yourself from stabbing spell. Because a wizard's greatest weakness is being stabbed. Basically, what I'm doing right now is just checking to make sure this isn't a weird case of, like, just go in a straight line and you succeed. Because some of these are funny that way, and they'll actually just be a straight line. There we go. That's why I had him hit that guard, because I knew he could hurt it. And it reduces the amount of attacks coming in. We're gonna definitely need to take a bit of time and do another happy little healing circle after this fight, though. Hopefully it ends up helping there, Zeno. We're just working our way through a floating castle right now full of robots. So there's gonna be a few minutes of doing exactly this because everybody's kind of beat up at the moment. Mostly well. A little bit slow, but that's RPGs. Relatively speaking, we're winning. We haven't cleared any more of the fiends yet, but we do only have one left to get to. And they're more than likely going to be at the end of the area I'm in right now. I just have to find my way through this area that seems to be a maze. With no indication of what the correct direction is, so... that's going to take a bit. On the bright side, there are now new sound alert buttons to push, so, you know, good distraction there. Because I got rid of the whole sound alert set we had, since apparently both sound alerts and Blurp have an AI problem, so they've both been nuked and all of it's an internal solution now. Is all the sounds will play through Firebot. Okay, yeah, there is no single direction to go that works on any of this now. So that's an issue. Oh, and there's sorcerers here.
Rise from your grave.
I mean, these mud golems certainly look like they did, that's for sure. What am I gonna do about this situation? The answer is throw the biggest spells I have at this and hope that I don't end up getting instant killed by the sorcerers. Okay, good, that mostly worked. Except Bard's dead. Oh, and that's actually a really big problem. That's actually the biggest possible problem. 'Cause, the guy who just got instant killed is the only one who can bring people back to life. So that is literally the only one I can't fix. And there's a bonus problem to that, actually. There's two problems here. One, not only is he the only one who could bring people back to life, he's also the only one that knows the spell that teleports us out of a dungeon. So I now have a decision to make. do I, one, cast a couple hits of warp to get us back further or towards the exit and then walk out? Do I just walk out, or do I just accept the fact that Bard's going to miss a ton of experience? Back 1 floor. Back 2 floors. Alright. Let's get out of here, get Bard back to life, and then we're gonna have to walk through all of this again. The good news is, we're not really in any major danger. The downside is, it's gonna slow things down a bunch for us getting through here. It's both extra vexing and funny. Is up until this moment, Bard has been the one who's survived everything. He has gone through so much and come out alive, just to get touched by a sorcerer and killed instantly. So in some ways, this is actually debatably a positive, because of the fact that this now ends up leveling out some of the experience disparity we've had going for the longest time. So everybody will be leveling at a similar point again. The problem there being, of course, he's being brought down to their level instead of everyone somehow being uplifted to his level, which is not possible anyway. What would be nice is if I could just skip this whole damn tower on the way up, but I'm 90% sure I can't. The good news is we don't really have to worry nearly as much on our way through here, now that I know the lay of the land through this place. I can save a lot of spells on our way back through here. There you go, Cook. You got another melee kill. Look at you go, little buddy. Now, if I were a smarter man, I would have saved my 2 casts of warp for getting through the tower, though, because the tower is a longer walk. Because I've got to loop around the whole interior. Oh, and one other note on the sound alert situation, by the way. I will be adding more. I just need to find another resource to get more sounds from, or figure out a good way of getting sounds on my own without just making them. Which I will be making a few at some point, probably, for specific purposes as well. I just have not had the time nor energy to do such a thing currently, considering the whole winter storm and everything interfering. I just walked back to the... This is what I was talking about before, with how it automatically faces you down toward the screen whenever you come out of a combat. If I'm just going along and not really thinking about it, I will very easily end up going the wrong way because they face me automatically the opposite direction of where I was meant to be going. And I swear they did that on purpose. I'm sure they didn't. I'm sure it was just a case of they had to have the character sprite pop in facing a specific direction every time due to engine limitations, but it really is easy to believe that they just did that on purpose to fuck with people. Yes, yes, do your 5 damage area scorches. Hooray for you. Now perish. I'm freely casting my spells at this point because we're gonna be getting our spell charges back when we get to town anyway. It's just gonna be a long walk back. Really thought Cook was gonna be the one I was gonna have to turn around and walk out of the entire dungeon for, but no, this time it's Bard. I do think everybody, for the most part, has taken a turn being the reason why we have to leave a dungeon at this point. The only ones who weren't just, oh, they died because of being easy to kill, though, has been Stump and Bard. Stump being the fighter, you know, kind of hard for anything to kill him outside of instant death. And Bard has the advantage of being almost as sturdy overall. Unfortunately, not so much this time. So again, it was instant death, which makes it hard to really fault somebody for. Aside from just unlucky, he was the one that got targeted. Much like how I wasn't really getting after the character who would get petrified. It's not like they chose to get petrified. There we go, we're out of there. Now we just gotta fight our way out of the desert. Or in this case, probably just run from all these encounters because they're not gonna be worth it to us at this point. Long trek through the desert back to our airship. Okay, there's just the one Tyro. Just go ahead and kill that and be done with it. Now, nope, it's not dead yet. Now it's dead. Literally all three of them got a crit, I think, because they're just so tired of this. They want out, too. All the way over here. Actually, I could cut some of the ground out, because I think I can land here and it'll be slightly closer. Or, no. That might be the closest point, actually. Because I can only land not on the sand for those late to the party as far as that goes. We'll just fly up here to Gaia to get people brought back to life and healed and everything. I believe there's a clinic and an inn here. There's the inn. Where's the clinic? I need a clinic. Is there a doctor in the house? Maybe they're up the road over here on the left. We haven't actually ever needed the clinic here, so... Question mark. I think there's one up here, though. There's the item shop. I'd be really disappointed if there isn't a clinic here at all. Up there it is. All the way out in the back. Well, if I want to pick up level 7 magic for Bard, I can while we're here. That is the one positive, is conveniently, this is where I learn level 7 magic. And level 8. That's what he really wanted all along. He died so that he could go learn level 7 magic. I see through his clever ruse. It's not like he has to fear death, because we're gonna bring him back. Maybe he wasn't even dead at all. Maybe he was just playing dead, so we would think we needed to bring him back. You can't learn Cure 4. Okay, very good. Let's see if you can learn any of the oh wait, the level 7 black magic sucks. Aside from Ice 3. Ice 3 is the entire thing, really, here. His Brack is... Yeah, Brack is just Break. Chance to shatter an enemy causing instant death. So it's only a chance of instant death. It's not even like, oh yeah, this is gonna do something cool or good. And there is Saber and Blind in a different town, which I think we have seen. But Saber, I would presume, has the same problem as the Temper spell that does the same thing, in that it doesn't work. While I'm out and about, you two learn any new spell slots? No, you have all of your spell slots sorted out. You have 2 casts of Ice 3 now, which will actually be nice. And you have 2 casts of Zap, which is a AoE instant death for those that missed me getting that earlier. No guarantees it'll accomplish anything at all, but he has it. And we're all healed up again and everything, so back we go. You really, really don't want anything to do with what I am right now, you silly trolls. But since you asked nicely, perish. They've really just decided to greatly inconvenience me. Well, not greatly, but greatly enough. Remember when Cook was just, like, not even out of the double digits for health? I remember those days. Now everybody's got, like, greater than 300 hit points. What a time to be alive. Okay, good, I can land here. This significantly decreases the trip. As long as I don't walk too far like I just did. That's gonna be the one downside, is not having context for where the tower actually is. Is in the desert. Because, you know, it's a desert. Everything there looks kind of the same. It's a bit of an inconvenience overall. We go. Back in the tower we go. Actually, wait. You're doing the stupid again. Save yourself some time. You don't need to use a big thing, though. Just use the cabin. There we go. Now we've saved the game here, so if we do wipe on our way through here, or the second time around, we will reappear there, instead of reappearing all the way back at that previous town. Not that it would be the biggest deal, but it would be mildly annoying. Go ahead and just queue all that up to get rid of the vampires. To the abyss with thee. Or, you know, you'll paralyze Stump and greatly annoy me. Turns out they have a dazzle spell that stuns people. Goddamn sparkling vampires. He's already stunned! Why did you... I love how they burnt the entire duration of the second dazzle on the guy who was already paralyzed, only for him to come out of paralysis afterwards. This game's AI sometimes is fascinating. It makes decisions. I can't say it makes good ones, but it makes decisions. And if you're thinking, oh no, he hit the wrong item, no, I did intend to use the healing staff to counterbalance all the scorch damage. Possibly, though, Natra, possibly. Have you made a questionable decision today? Oh, that was the wrong staff that time. Wizard! It confused him, hooray! Oh, he's dead, never mind. But see, that's proof that staff does sometimes work. What have you done? I mean, spiders are helpful. And yeah, not eating on your break, that admittedly might have been a bad idea. Gonna have to go with it, that might have been a bad call there, Chief. But hey, good job on getting the ref done. Possibly. That is the consequence of letting a spider live. Is you have allowed a jump scare to live with you. Look at it this way, he will keep all of the other bugs down. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them. Because a single spider can eat a lot. I forget what the exact statistics were, but they were quite high. And of course, it varies a bit from species of spider to species of spider, but the main point stands. Go, there's the blue dragon. Now we're back, at least in the mechanical portion. Was this one that was the exit? Or was it the one above me? No, not all the bad men again. Ah. Yeah, that's fair. Hopefully they'll actually be able to do something for you about that, now that you've got confirmation. And yeah, make sure to actually follow those directions as best you can. I know sometimes it can be easy to forget and do the thing you're not supposed to, but definitely do your best on that one. You know, I think the last time we saw this sprite was a boss fight ages ago. Literally the first boss, Garland, I think had a similar sprite to these guys. And now they're just a bunch of chumps that I blast with magic and move on with my life. I think he had this sprite. He may have had a slightly different one. Either way. That bigger group was worth a decent amount. Yeah, there's always the this may or may not work scenario. Because it unfortunately it depends on the nature of the damage to your back, unfortunately, whether they can do anything, and with how long it's been, I'm sure it's much harder to do anything that will stick as well in that regard, unfortunately. It's just the one eye, I should be able to just do this. Yeah, basically reinforce around it to hopefully... Yeah, exactly. Which I'm sure isn't going to be 100% effective, but it should help. Yeah. At least it's not that long a walk back to where we were, since I'm not treasure hunting anymore. Which, now that we have a full armor set, I might not even grab boxes anymore. Yeah. It's unfortunately really only a band-aid solution on it, not a solution. Evil man. Not the evil man. Oh no. let's actually hit him with some somewhat serious magic. So we don't know what his deal is. We didn't see any of these yet. We've seen nightmares before, and they're not that bad. Case in point. Okay, that wasn't that bad. Since it was a new sprite, it seemed like a reasonable idea to give them at least some respect. It was over here that I found the elevator? Yeah. Okay, now we're back here. Yeah, you know, I think if they're doing a check like that and you're in that much pain, I think it's pretty safe to say there's a problem there. But I'm glad that they actually listened. I know that's been a problem. A lot of people go through that with the medical industry at this point. And I call it an industry because that's basically what it is at this point. There we go, the wind elementals. So we're looking for the air fiend in here somewhere. Miz, I genuinely have no clue. Like, I have no information on what the path in here is, let alone if there's any hints as to which way to go. Oh good, Stab's been petrified. Joyous day. The good news is I can fix that. I would like to get a turn sometime soon, though, game. Yeah, something may have, like, healed incorrectly or something. Okay, that was just unfortunate all around. There we go. Just fix that, so we can pretend none of that happened at all. And I'm gonna be honest, based on how that just went, I'm gonna quickly look up what the path through here is, because we have no information on what direction I'm supposed to be going. And I'm not gonna just blindly stumble through here any further. Yeah, see, this is exactly why I looked it up, because it is simple as all anything. You have no information to give you the idea of where you need to go. It is just, like, basically it is a grid of squares, and you are 2 grids down and right of where the exit is. So I just need to go 2 grids up and left, and I'm there. I knew it was gonna be something stupid simple. But because this loops, you have no context of anything. So is this the correct teleporter or the teleporter from the beginning? Also, it's this whole party again. We're just leaving. Yeah, 27's not bad. Okay, that was the right teleporter. But notice how there was no difference between the 2 teleporters. So you would have no way of knowing if you got to the right one or not, and you just have to check. This is why I looked it up. Because otherwise we would have been in there for God knows how long before I figured that out. The game is punishing me for finding this out, I see. By sending 5 sorcerers who could potentially instant kill with a touch. I understand. Anyway, we're just gonna hit them with everything we have in the hopes that they die before we do. And hope for the best from there. That's all we got. Or they could do that too. Oh good, and they're spamming it too. I should have just run. I absolutely should have just run. Thank you, Cook. You at least cleared most of them. That could have been a lot worse. That could have been a lot better, but it could have been a lot worse. Okay, at least he woke back up. Everybody else is waking back up. We're fine. Because the mud golems are a non-issue. Just those sorcerers, as you saw there, are nasty. Because even if they can't just kill you with their magic touch, they can just paralyze your whole party. It is disgusting. Now, I'm gonna wait before we go up there, because I see the ads are about to start. And when the ad starts, I'm gonna walk away for a moment and go check on things with the winter storm and everything, because while the worst of it's over, it is still snowing here. So it is worth keeping an eye on things as things go along. And considering we are going to be going into the fiend fight here, or pretty much guaranteed, I don't want anybody to miss anything. Because unless this goes longer than the average fiend fight, this is going to be very quickly over either in a good or a bad way. So, that's where that is. And there's the ad. Yeah, I'm happy with what everybody's wielding there. Back in a moment, y'all. Alright, everybody should be coming back from ads here in a moment, so let's make sure I've done all my bookkeeping right quick, and then we'll go do the boss fight. Let's see, how many spells do you have left? You have basically everything. You have basically everything, and the other two don't matter that much as far as that goes. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. It's time for the Fiend. Apparently this bridge is a lot longer than I thought it was, so... it's time for us to eventually get to the Fiend. Admittedly, I don't 100% know how much magic I'm going to be able to use against this Fiend, because it's going to be the Fiend of the Air. So lightning won't work, presumably, and I don't know how much ice will work. So I presume I will be best served by using fire, which we do have fire 3. So we'll be able to get a good couple magic hits that way. It's just beyond that I'm not certain about. Jesus Christ, game. I'm so glad I bothered to heal up. I thought I was closer than I was, apparently. I'll heal up again when I actually see the orb. There it is. Okay. Bloody hell. Alright, that's as good as we're gonna get. Let's do this. Lightning erupts from the Fiend's ball. So, you've come this far. I, Tiamat the Fiend of the Wind, will now put an end to your adventure. And there we go. That's Tiamat, alright. So... on the assumption that lightning is gonna get thrown around, let's actually pop Alit, because that should be protection against lightning. It's your turn, so... just go ahead and attack. Your turn, I want you to invisible everybody in case Tiamat just does physical attacks. And you just start going for the nuclear option. 41, that didn't do a lot. That didn't do much either. Ooh, that still hurt, and that was a crit, huh? 100 damage on a crit, though, not as scary as I was worried about, so I'm kind of okay with that, actually. You go ahead and attack, you go ahead and attack. Let's go ahead and fast up the boys here. His fast will make them do more attacks, not attack more often, unfortunately. 8 hits, though, and a crit. You love to see it. So that should mean that they do some good work there. Health-wise, everybody's looking okay at the moment. We saw fire not do a lot, so... not convinced about doing that again. Actually, just fast yourself, and then join in the stabbing. It is unique, yeah. You would think it would be this game's equivalent of haste, but since turn order's not really a thing here, it wouldn't do much if it was. So it kind of has to be a way of doing extra attacks. 6 hits and a crit, very good. Yep, there's the thunder. Wow, that does a lot even with the lightning protection. Ice didn't do much. Tiamat might just be, like, magic resistant in general. Which would make sense. You know what? Zap for shits and giggles. Let's see. I would assume boss enemies would be protected from instant death, but it would be very funny if this worked. Ineffective. We're gonna be here for a hot minute, I think, because I can't speed through this with magic damage. You know what? Unless they pulled a funny and Tiamat is actually weak to lightning, even though Fiend of Air. Nah, that didn't do much either. Did more than Bard's physical attack did, though. It's like, we just can't do a lot of damage to Tiamat without a crit, just in general here. So this might just end up being a case of this is just meant to be slow going. Unfortunately. Oh, never mind. Tiamat's dead. I started setting up for long haul and then the fight ended. There we go, that's all the fiend's dead. Undo the damage of the fiend is done, and now we leave. There we go, all 4 orbs are lit now. We have done, as far as we are aware, everything we needed to do. There's been a hint that there's a greater power behind the fiends, but we don't know that for truth yet. We don't know what the said greater power is. So I suppose it's back to the sages to find out what I'm supposed to do now. You know, as far as we're aware, we did our job. We've saved the day. Now, what town were the sages in again? Actually, such a good question. Alternatively, we could go back to the town that told us about the flying castle to see if we learn anything there as well. I want to say the sages were down in, like, that bottom right town. Because I got annoyed with them after I did both the volcano and the ice cave, and they had nothing to tell me. Wait. Oh yeah, that was the first dungeon. That's where Garland was. There's Corneria right there. We'll touch the inn here because we're here as well. We can afford basically anything and everything, so it's not like it matters what inn I stay at anymore. Because we are flush with cash. Lady, don't block the path to the sages. I have a meeting to make happen here. I'm gonna try to bet they're still gonna say the same thing about the fiends and everything, and they're not gonna have anything useful to say. Yep, you live by the prophecy. Yep. Yep. I did make the orb shine again. Oh, wait. I see now. Someone who's traveled back 2,000 years is the cause of the world's destruction. After 2,000 years, he will travel back again. Then again. Then again. This guy said something different, too. Time will repeat itself every 2,000 years. Break the time loop. Someone traveled 2,000 years to the past. The 4 fiends were sent forward in time. Those fiends threaten to destroy the world today. Well, the fiends are defeated, so we got that going for us. Time is repeating. In order to break the time loop, you must eliminate the enemy who controls from 2,000 years in the past. Alright. The world was suddenly thrown into disorder. You must restore it. The 4 orbs shining again. The time gate can be broken. The true enemy is 2,000 years in the past. The Temple of Fiends in the center of the 4 altars. The time has come to destroy the source of evil. Okay, that's what the discussion was about. Something that needed a protractor and everything, is you need to find the central point in between the 4 places we went and fought a fiend. Once you have found the center point between the four, you have found the Temple of Fiends. Not now, giants. Trust me when I say you are, despite being giants, small fish in a big pond. So, if we take a look at the map and consider it for a moment, the volcano up and left of us was where one fiend was. The other fiend was in the left-hand area over where I believe specifically that downward-facing arrow of land is, that flashing dot there. Then the fiend of the water was more or less directly above that, underwater. And then we just got done fighting the air fiend right above of that desert, or right above where the tower there is. So the center point between those would realistically actually not be that awful far from Corneria. Because it would have to be somewhere in this middle bit somewhere. So if we just, you know, fly around in that area for a bit, we should find it. We might even have seen it on our way back, which would have been hilarious. Unless it's one of those, another one of those things you can't actually see it. You have to just know it's there. Or scenarios, which it could be. It would also have been very funny if Garland's castle turned into the Temple of Fiends. Because that would actually be a good trick, too. There's the tower. We go directly left. Does this line up with where the water area was? It does. Okay. If I go directly south of here, does this line up? Because that will make it easier for me to measure this, if these do all line up in a square. They do not quite line up in a square. Because if we look at the map, you'll notice I'm a little down and left of where the lich was. Well, slightly more down and right, but you get the point. The two bottom ones are, like, pinched inward a little bit, which makes it an imperfect square. It's more like a upside-down trapezoid. Wait, that's also canted slightly to the right. Point being, if it's the point in between the four of them, it's not this castle, because that's where the guy who wanted the crown was. It's genuinely, like, in this vicinity somewhere. If it's meant to be the center point between the four of them. So if we look at the map... like, we're, like, nearly center of the world here, let alone center point between the four. Unless it's off-center somewhere. If I knew OBS wizardry a little bit better, I would draw lines for you guys on the screen so you understand what I'm talking about, but you'll just have to visualize as best you can and understand what I'm talking about. And of course, it's not going to be marked for us. But I think my best shot's going to be just, like, going out in wider and wider circles from the center point here until I find it. Admittedly, the only way to find out whether I'm going in a wider circle at all is just checking based off of Garland's castle here. Hey there, Jess, you're just in time for me to be trying to find the Temple of Fiends. Which I have no accurate means of measuring anything particularly on my screen here, so I'm just kind of guesstimating, and I'm clearly not finding it. So that's gonna be a thing. I'm just kind of, like, covering the whole landscape. Well, that depends on if the Temple of Fiends is the final dungeon or not. It is the result of activating the 4 orbs, so you take that and go with it as you will. So I don't remember if there's anything after that or not, because we're supposed to be going back in time and defeating the cause of all of the problems. Yeah, and I know that it's the point in between the 4 altars, because we were told that, but the point in between the 4 altars should have been around where I was flying, and I didn't see anything. So the important question is, am I supposed to see it, or is it one of those you just kind of have to press the button in the right spot scenario? Because if it's press the button in the right spot, I'm pretty sure I was there already, and I didn't press the button because I didn't know to do or not to do there. And that is genuinely a question to be answered on that one. Literally, the only thing the sages said was it is between the 4 altars. That's the only information I got out of them, and I didn't go chasing after information anywhere else because I didn't know that there was more clues to be had. I assumed the sages were the only ones who would have had any clue. If I'm wrong about that, I don't really want to be hunting all up and down the whole damn map. Okay, that's what I was trying to verify there. I did forget to go turn in the adamant, though, so I'm going to do that before I forget about it again. I just remembered about that. Hang on. Jess, did you not just hear what I had said before about that is exactly what I've done already, and I didn't find anything at the center of the 4 spots? So I must have measured something wrong, but again, order of operations. Let me do the thing I said I was doing first. Adamant, let me make you the sword for you. Here, the best work I've ever done. It is my gift. Now, is this worth anything to me? Excalibur. Or Excalibur, I suppose, but you know. So let's see, 55 right now. 68. Yeah, that's a little bit of an upgrade. Just a little bit, you know, maybe just a little bit. Can anybody actually use the Sun Sword other than you? You can, okay. Sun Sword for you, then, because the katana already went to stab. Okay, that was easy enough. You know, I sat there and measured out the center, which was annoying because these things aren't quite lined up properly, because the bottom is slightly canted a bit, which makes it... Give me a second, I gotta get back to the airship before I can do anything meaningful with where centers or anything are. Because I can't move the cursor around to show you, so I'm just gonna fly there. Just give me a sec. I'm just aggravated because this is another one of those things. Let's see, based on where that bottom section is... Like, this isn't quite the center, but I'm near the center line, I would say. Because what I figured the center was somewhere around up here, which is why when you came in, I was doing those circles. Because I figured I would find the center by just circling around this area. But there was nothing visible, which is why I was asking you whether it would be something visible or not. And I know, I'm not perfectly centered, I'm like slightly to the right. There is, but that's Garland's castle. Unless Garland's castle gets replaced with the Fiend Temple, which is something I was questioning before, but I didn't go in. So they did exactly what I had said before then, is they decided to be a bunch of bastards and switch this place out. Oh, right, because they said people were turned into bats, right. Yeah. I hate when I know the answer, but I ignore the answer. Don't push your luck, Jess. I know you're being funny, but understand I'm busy being annoyed right now. And I want to deal with reading what these guys have to say first anyway. In case any of them say something else, which probably they're all going to say the same useless thing anyway. We are the 5 Lost Sky Warriors. 400 years ago, we battled against the cause for the world's destruction. When the 4 orbs cover the black orb in the center of the palace, the time gate can open. You must travel back in time 2,000 years. Now, with the orb shining, stand in the time gate. Help! 5 fiends cursed turned us into bats. With the orb shining anew, once again we can speak. Really? Really now? These spiders still exist, huh? You really think... You really think that this is a thing that's worth doing now, huh? Okay, game. There you go. Even Cook can kill that. Four Fiend's power is rooted 2,000 years ago. The real enemies in that time. The 4 orbs now cover the black orb. To take a step forward is to go back 2,000 years in time. There you go. And I don't mean to be frustrated with you, Jess. It's just one of those timing things where you're prodding just right at when I'm annoyed at how they've decided to do this. It's another case of they don't give you information. And I'm fine with them not giving you complete information, but I feel like it would have been incredibly helpful to the player to make the castle look even slightly different, rather than just assuming you're gonna walk back into a place you already went to in order to find what you're looking for. Because with the phrasing of Temple of Fiends and everything, you would assume there would be a different location. But I understand now, of course, that that is the ruins of the Temple of Fiends, I presume, then. Because it's only the Temple of Fiends 2,000 years ago. Which makes sense. But at the same time, we also have the added layer of the issue of, I have been playing this once a week, so why would I even think about that relating to that location? I just want to get that out there and get that thought put there so we can move on. That's fair. Because if you measure it out, I get that you would see that. I just really wish they had given you even just the slightest indication, instead of just assuming people will go back and check an old location again. Because I get that it would be a satisfying thing to learn, but... yeah, this is exactly why I'm like, this is not well designed. Is it satisfying to learn? Like I said, probably. But it's much the same problem I have as far as, like, the satisfaction of winning a tough fight that a lot of people have. Doesn't really land for me. All I do is look at it from a mechanical standpoint and go, this is just annoying. This could have been made in a better way where this wouldn't have been necessary. It's like, the NES excuse doesn't work for that. Because they easily could have even just made the sprite a change color or something. It also doesn't help that I was already mildly irritated because I had to walk back out of the entire previous dungeon because of the classic instant kill scenario, killing Bard, the only one who can bring anybody back to life. That's been rattling around since that moment as well, because we also rolled over Tiamat fairly easily afterward once again. And that was only a problem because that layout of that room expects you to just magically know that you've found a different teleporter, or happen to try it, since both of those spots look identical. And having that as a follow-up to the water dungeon where things looped, you can tell they did it purposely so that people would think that that room looped. which was a whole other frustration. Like, it's one of those things where all of the methods and everything do not matter when it's the question I'm annoyed by. I suppose is the better way to put that. I'm sure they thought they were very clever with this idea. But it lends itself to that unfortunate classic loop of I'm now annoyed because of the answer to this question because it was right in front of my face. With the added layer of I literally looked at it and went, they wouldn't have done that. Cut back to when I said that draw a giant circle around Garland's castle, like, yeah, they did it, it's right there. I even said as much like, oh, it's probably been on my screen at least once already, as I flew past Garland's castle. I could not have set myself up worse in that scenario. Look at all this useless money we're picking up in here. Speaking of, Cook, now that you're 28, hey, he's up to 13 strength now. He didn't perfectly maintain the half of his level in strength. He's short by 1 now. Patch up the worst of that before anything bad happens. Hey, what do you know? Bad things are happening. This game always does such a good job of finding ways to irritate me. You know what? Fine. Let's see how you like it. Watch as this doesn't work for us at all. Hey, what do you know? It didn't do anything. I'm so glad. Oh, and after this fight, there's one other thing I'm gonna show for those who missed it, because it will be relevant. Just as a context point. To remind everybody of something I said was probably going to come back to bite me. Just taking a minute to kill these guys. Oh, they can do heal 3, huh? I'm glad they get to do that. And I know, I could have revived... I've stumped during the fight, but... 6 of one, half dozen of the other there. He would more than likely have just died anyway. Now, I wanted to have this screen up while I talked about this. We had found the third ribbon. And that's what I wanted to talk about. I got rid of the third ribbon because I chose to keep the heal helmets. Remember when I said that that might come back to bite me? I have a bad feeling that in here, since I just saw that big batch of mages, not having a third ribbon might come back to bite me. That's the whole reason I wanted to have that menu open when I said that. Just, you know, kind of pointing at the two that don't have ribbons in that line of thought. I get the distinct feeling, based on what we've been dealing with so far, that getting through this place is going to be a huge ball ache. Yeah, and I'm getting increasingly risk-averse in this game, because every time I take even the slightest risk, I get slapped for it. Which I'm already regretting a risk I took, in that I didn't drop a tent or anything on the way in here. Because I went from, let's just check, I'm not gonna worry about it yet, to, well, I guess I'm going. A little bit too quickly there, but we have the ability to just get out of here with Bard. So it shouldn't be the worst thing as long as he lives. Which, based on him getting instant killed in the previous dungeon, it's a dangerous thing to bank on. Oh, good. 1 gold, 1 experience. I love that for me. Let's not walk up to the front of these boxes. We've learned long ago that the front of boxes is bad. Oh joy, all of that useless money once again. And I'm assuming this works the same as the other one did, where... What? Shouldn't the rod have worked on that? Am I missing something? Ah, there we go, the loot did it. I was gonna try all the items. It was just a matter of... that same slab worked with the rod before. Why did they change it? Why do they keep fucking with things? Like, I know that the clue was given for that, but just, like, stop it! Just stop being a bunch of bastards about these things, game. That's all I'm asking for. Like, this is why I get irritated, is because they keep doing little things like that that just drive me up the wall, because inconsistency, left and right. We did get told that the loot was going to be used for getting past a gate of evil at some point. I do remember being told that. In fact, I think I still have it in my notes. And I don't think we actually... No, we used the loot for, like, one thing before, didn't we? Yeah, loot breaks evil gate. Good, accurate. I'm not actually that angry, but, you know, with how this is going, that look works right now. At some point, I just need to add, like, a full hands-in-the-air pose of just throwing everything into the sky. I went backwards or something, didn't I? No, because we went through those stairs past this. So why does this feel like I've went in a circle? It may just, again, be the design of these dungeons where I feel like I've gone in a circle. But I'm very suspicious right now that they've done a funny again. And I'm gonna be the only one not laughing at the funny. We already established there was nothing in there. See, those really do look like the stairs I came in from. So what was the point Oh, great, we got the gym eras. What do we do with the gym? What do we do with the gym? Ah. Yeah, it's not a surprise there. That's a very heartening thing to hear. And I mean that with all due sarcasm. What did he even end up using? Since we're already on the topic anyway. Yeah, I had mentioned earlier that the Pixel Remaster had to have made things more reasonable at the very least, like quality of life wise. Okay, so super aggressive. Yeah, I can see why that would have some problems. Did they actually fix the spells, though? That's the fun question. Like, I'm sure Temper actually works. I don't know if I'll ever be convinced that Blind works. As we talked about before. Yeah, I'm gonna have that same problem here, honestly. I have 2 heal helmets and a heal staff, but that's all the AoE healing I have. Which is going to lend itself to an issue, I'm sure. That also makes sense. Because that's about the only way they could really make it more dangerous in most cases. We are also probably gonna bail out of here because I have no potions left. Yeah. Before I commit to going too far in here, let me go properly stock up and everything, and come in there properly. Because otherwise we're gonna get up to the final battle in shambles and get trashed. And it's gonna not be worth it. I'm also betting that there's going to be extra problems along the way. I'm sure it's not gonna just be walk up and go fight the final boss type scenario after crawling through everything that's in there. I would not be at all shocked if they pull the funny I'm thinking they've pulled. Jesus. Yeah, that's gonna sound very exciting and fun to deal with if I end up in a similar situation. I mean, that at least for the bit works out. Like, the payoff on that had to have been satisfying. Really is a shame that there's just, like, nothing I can spend all this money on at this point. We're just sitting on a king's ransom plus some and just can't do anything with it. Oh, ew. And they thought that was good boss design, huh? I thought that was the way to fix that boss in the remaster. Incredible. Yes, but that doesn't make nuking piles of health with AoE damage and having piles of self-healing and hit points good design. That doesn't change my statement at all. That still doesn't sound good. 'Cause that's basically healing... Yeah, that's basically healing half its health. Yep, take care, Xeno. Hopefully you can get some good sleep. Just, like... I retract my statement about them making the Pixel Remaster better, because that... that sounds like almost enough of a bad turnaround to undo the quality of life they added to the rest of the game. Is Jesus Christ. Anyway, the excitement of pressing A repeatedly continues here. I'm sure this is everyone's favorite part of this game. Where I sit here and just keep pressing A until I have a full stack of healing potions. Which I really wish I could get better ones, or like, stir these two together to make a better one or something. Uh-huh. It's the part where I take a nap while I wait for enough healing potions to come in, yeah. Like, maybe if I was better at just yapping about random shit, I would feel more comfortable at this part, but this just feels like one of those uncomfortable voids. Like, not quite an uncomfortable silence, because it's not silent, but similar concept. Where it just starts to make my brain itch after a little while of doing it. And I just feel bad from a visual standpoint of, like, there's nothing happening here. But I'm not good at that pull concept from the ether part of things to make this better either. Basically what I'm saying is this is one of those peak self-doubt parts where that all starts to haunt me in the background. There we go, that's finally done. Grab a couple pures since I used those as well. Because even at this point we don't have enough casts of pure to guarantee keeping that at stable. No, well, yes and no. Technically I have, because I've tried a lot of them, but I have... This is the fun fact of the day, based on this question coming up. I have never actually finished a single Final Fantasy game, period. Because I usually hit a point along the way where I just get bored. I just get tired of the game, because, like, the games themselves usually don't hook me, and mechanically they stop changing in a particular game at a certain point. Once you start running out of new things to do and new things to get, that's the part where I fall off. I want to say the closest to finishing one I ever got was Final Fantasy V. And that was because of just how much you could do with the job system and everything. That helped that one out a lot, in my eyes. The other one I got close to finishing was 8. Because I did really enjoy 8. I did not play that much of 7. Despite that being so many people's darling of the series, I just didn't really care for it that much. I preferred 8. Which is something that would get a lot of torches and pitchforks out. I'm sure. But these are just the facts of the way things ended up playing out for me. I want to say it hasn't been that bad a struggle outside of a couple parts that genuinely most people probably struggled with. I would definitely say I've been wanting to tear my hair out more at the the decisions they made with this game more so than it being that much of a struggle figuring out anything. Though I will say you got a lot closer to being backseaty with the sequence just us now. Yeah, exactly. That's been the way of it with almost every RPG I've ever played. So even for the channel, the RPGs I've played and finished would make most people look at me and go, "What is wrong with you?" Because of how short and specific that list is. I understand. But bear in mind, backseating in a situation like that is actually a lot worse in a lot of cases, because if the answer is staring someone in the face, it is so much more embarrassing and frustrating when somebody's sitting there telling you the answer when it is right there. You're fine. I'm just explaining this is why we ended up with the situation we did. There was no way to take the situation back at that point, which is why I didn't really make more of a thing of specifically the backseating at that moment. This is the explanation of why this was the way it was. But yeah, the short list of RPGs I've finished on the channel. Breath of Fire Dragon Quarter, which everyone considers, well, not everyone, but the vast majority of people consider to be the worst Breath of Fire game. That I finished for the channel. Hokage Shadow King, that's actually a good game, but basically nobody knows that game exists. So that would just be another case of, you didn't do these, but you did that one, which would get a lot of people's attention. Have I even actually finished any other proper RPGs on the channel other than those two? I think those might be the only two that I've actually finished that are proper RPGs. And that's why it would be a case of, like, you say you like these series and such, but you don't end up doing anything with them. Yeah, because they're too fucking long. It's exactly the thing I was talking about, where you hit a point where the game ceases developing. And I know people will be like, but the story, the plot, most of these stories are not that fucking interesting. A lot of them you could have predicted 10 hours ago and you would probably be absolutely correct, because the railroad is not that unique or interesting. But as soon as your game stops mechanically developing for me, I am probably off the game. I'm just checked out at that point. In a lot of cases. It's like, even though Shadow King, for example, was a fairly interesting plot, it still had the same problem of it was incredibly predictable if you paid attention. Dragon Quarter was a game I had played numerous times, and I had gotten very close to finishing it, but that was one I actually failed to finish. Like, I was actually struggling too hard to finish that one. So that's why that one ended up being something I did finish. Is that was I'm coming back to actually win this now, because I'm better at things these days. And I just thrive on showing people things that they would have absolutely missed. Which is another layer of why I would not have purposely chosen a lot of the things we're doing right now. Because almost everybody's seen these played through, who in one form or another, so it's just like, nah, there's not really much unique to show here. So it starts to become a little bit of just going through the motions to me, personally. I wish I had better things to say about the late game of Dragon Quarter, they made some fucking decisions about, especially that final full dungeon area. It is still a very interesting game overall, and I would say it is worth more as far as people's time goes than people give it credit for. Because of a lot of the underlying systems, like the fact that you can actually reset that game to the beginning and essentially do New Game Plus without having beaten the game. Which I always found to be unique. I didn't end up showing it in the playthrough because that would have added a lot more time to the playthrough. And there's always that fun balancing act that I was talking about earlier of you can't make a series go on too long, otherwise people will start checking out of it. And it's hard to get people to come in part way on an RPG because then they have no idea what's going on, so they have no reason to have any attachment to what's happening either. So that's always like a mild stress point in terms of like content creation for this type of game as well. Gas dragons we've dealt with before. Wow, that actually did a lot of damage to stab that time. I'm gonna have to assume that was just like a really bad roll on our part there. For how much that ended up doing, because I thought I saw like 120 pop for that. So I must have misunderstood something. Like, I must have, like, gone back through a staircase or something without realizing it. Specifically, I must have gone back through said staircase where the loot was. And just, like, completely just had a brain blank moment there. Well, yeah, it's very easy to do in basically every dungeon in this game because the tile sets are only so discernible. Which, even though I get frustrated with that and I yell about that a lot, I do have to acknowledge that this is a NES game. There's only so much they can do visually here to make these identifiable in a way that don't just all look the same. But man, do I still feel like they could have done a little bit more to vary up some of the floor design here. So you could actually tell what you're looking at. Yep, back to big ol' eyeball boy here. Because he's a static encounter, so every time we step into this room, we have to fight him. And that's why ribbons matter, I would assume, because the ribbon protected Bard and Cook from being stunned. At least that is what I'm assuming is the reasoning there. Yeah, the Phantom's not that big a threat. He's just kind of scary. No, this does look like a part of the area we were already in. But let's heal up right quick and then we'll figure this out, hopefully. See, it's interesting that you're saying the design gets a little better in 2, because I've been hearing the opposite. Then again, when we were talking about it before and that came up, it was more the difficulty that we were talking about, not the... Yeah, see, there we go. There's the split on that. Which makes sense because it's more developed. jammed all kinds of things in this stage, didn't they? Just get me out of here. Well, we'll be seeing that soon. Well, relatively soon, because as I was talking about earlier, I do think I'm going to, despite it being a Donathon reward, I'm probably going to do the Breath of Fire run I had promised to do before I start Final Fantasy II. Because I had promised to do Breath of Fire from before the Donathon even happened. I mean, you can go ahead and talk about Final Fantasy II. By the time we get to it, I will have forgotten this conversation happened. I'll be honest on that one. Is like I'm saying right now, I'm going to do Breath of Fire before I do Final Fantasy II. That means it's going to take an extra couple months before we get to Final Fantasy II. Or at the very least, it will take probably an additional month. Because I feel like not only am I behind on a promise there, but I think a palate cleanse before going straight into Final Fantasy II is going to be wise. Otherwise, I'm just going to get annoyed. Oh, I'm out of charges. That's why it keeps saying nothing there. Okay. That's the first time I clicked on something I didn't have charges for, so I was like, what? What do you mean nothing? And apparently I'm not allowed to run from this fight, so we're just gonna nuke these guys and move on with our lives. So I just didn't want to have to deal with a pair of frost giants and a bunch of dogs, but no! Sometimes you're just not allowed to run from a fight. That's all Cook did for the longest time, though, was run from his problems. Or, yeah, you know, you're right. He was dragged away from his problems across the floor. This is more accurate. You are correct about that. Okay, unless... Am I tripping? I swear this just looped me. So I went down the stairs in the middle of that room, but God forbid I be able to think about my pathing for long because I keep getting these fights that take long enough that I start to lose track of things all over again. Because these take just long enough for the ADHD, which I don't have documented that I have, but I really do feel like I have it sometimes to kick in enough that I'm like, what was I doing? Where am I? What was any of this anymore? Like, the object permanence is just gone just long enough. Like, that's just a genre problem, though, I would say. That's not even, like, a this game problem. That is just an RPG problem in general. Because 90% of them have such an encounter rate that you can't parse the lay of the land for long because you walk, like, 5 steps and get into a fight. And that's just, like I said, that's just a genre problem. Exactly. That is actually, like, the perfect example of the problem. Now, I do want to make a point, though. And that is, we're going to run into the same problem when we do Breath of Fire. I do have to acknowledge that, because even though I like that series, it has much the same problems. Because it is, at its heart, the same genre, and it has the same quirks and issues. And honestly, a lot of the same dungeon design problems are going to come up there, too. Just as a fairness statement, I want to make that clear. Oh, I think I see what they've done here, and I'm upset. Because we went down through a bottom staircase before. so this is just another case of this place looks so fucking similar that's the reason why I thought I was going in a circle, is because it looks like you're going in a circle. But once you go down the stairs, then you can tell the difference. God. Like, I get that they're trying to make this actually hold to the shape of the building, but man, does it not work from a pathing standpoint very well. That thing's almost dead, so let's try to get some health back right quick. You're not the one who has the... You have a healing helmet? You do. At least the map would tell me I'm not in the same spot. That would actually be a huge help. Yeah, exactly. They should be thankful they have that much. Damn it, Bard, why did you have to move so quickly? I didn't have anything for him to do to burn the turn, really. That wouldn't have just ended up the same way. Curse you, turn order, turning against me once again. Just crawling through this place is just demolishing my resources. The thing is, you don't even have that many resources to manage. Is you usually don't have a choice but to consume the resources unless you have a setup that will handle it differently. Like, for example, a setup like I have, I don't have much of a choice but to consume the resources. I either burn spells or I burn items. These are the two choices I have. Oh good, these have a petrify. Love that for me. In a dungeon like this, since I'm not... I would have to imagine I'm not leveled as highly as they may necessarily expect me to be. I'm getting drained at a much more strenuous rate in some cases. Because we are taking more damage. Therefore, we are having to heal more damage. Yeah, exactly. I'm looking at the numbers, and that's why I'm not using the healing staff most of the time, because I would be losing more than I'm gaining. Like, would I still be gaining? Probably, but only somewhat, and it would mostly only slow the decrease more than gaining anything is the problem. And I feel like I would lose less by just getting rid of them. A fight like this, I can kind of get away with it a bit more, because these Medusas don't deal so much damage. I just need to not get petrified. That doesn't help either. As long as the lay of the land looks even remotely different, that's not as much of a problem. Like where we are right now, for example, I can tell the difference. But when you have a clone area like that last one, it's just easy, just poof, information gone. And as I mentioned much earlier on today, the fact that they turn you around when you exit combat makes keeping track of where you had been so much worse. Like, the fact that you're guaranteed to always be facing downward is just so frustrating. But of course, you know, we gotta combat, like, these greater Medusas. right after I had already healed, so all this time to use the healing items is so much less helpful. But this is the only time we're gonna see a fight like this, is when it's not gonna actually be beneficial to me. That's just a given. Assuming I have to circle all the way around. Because that's just how they do things in this game. Nope, I'm not gonna say that. No, 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 no. I utter those words and I know exactly what's gonna happen to me. I thought a bad thing. I just thought a real bad thing and I ain't gonna say it. Nope. I refuse. And anyone that's been paying attention knows exactly what I just thought. Oh, no, that actually looks like something important. Nothing here, huh? Something, I presume, does something here. Or I need to go get something from somewhere else. Never mind. When in doubt, apply adventure game logic. Use every item in your inventory. Something might do something. Oh, hooray, you've been turned to stone. Joyous day. He hasn't been failing much today, so he's got to get his quota of disappointing me. Oh hey, Stump and Cook gained a level at the same time. Wow, things must have been going really badly for Stump recently. Then again, he did miss a fight because he was dead. He missed a fight because he was petrified at least once. He's been having a rough go of it today. Though he still hasn't been a solo dead in a while, unlike Bard being the solo dead earlier. Yep, this is about what I figured was gonna happen. This is the funny I was talking about. I was betting I was gonna have to refight all the fiends in here on the way to the final fight. Just why wouldn't they make you refight all these things again? I just kind of filed that as a given. Thankfully, this wasn't horrendous the first time. Apparently, they've definitely made him stronger, haven't they? Oh no, that crit did well. And he's dead. Never mind. So not that much more health, just Stab rolled real bad against him, I guess. But hey, that was enough for Stab to gain his level, so there's that. Gee, I wonder what we're gonna be dealing with in here. There's no way I could possibly guess which fiend is coming next. And it's almost like this was hinted at by the fact that this was the Temple of Fiends. There we go, there's Bard hitting 29. That's everybody caught up to 29. You now have a third cast of level 7, so that's good for you. You got a third cast of level 8 earlier. You got 4 casts of all of those, 4 of all of those for you as well. It's a real shame you didn't get any higher level spell slots than that, but you know, it's fine. It's kind of weird, honestly, how we went from strong enemies to these things we fought before. So, like, on the overall difficulty scale, this ends up making this place really weird. I'm sure somewhat with the added difficulty of less experience with this type of thing, but you may have still ended up with a better party composition back then. So it may have still balanced out. It's just kind of funny to me thinking about that, just like, it is weird. Because, like, most things in this segment we're doing right now, for example, I can just attack these to death. I don't even have to use magic or exert at all. But we were struggling to get to this floor. It feels weird. Like, I see the idea that they're going for here, because it's like, oh yeah, they're all in their realms and their territory and everything. Yeah, I'm not surprised at all that the black belt mechanic is not at all explained. You might be able to tell, like, if you looked at their stats as you equipped and unequipped things, and that'd probably be about the only hint you'd get, probably. Yeah. Which, for somebody like me that's constantly watching when he equips and unequips things, I would probably have gotten a hint somewhere along the way. But it may have been too late by that point, because the black belt would have had gear on already. Yeah. There's rooms down there, but there's also just the stairs. And I'm assuming the fiend's gonna be guarding the stairs, so we may as well just go for it. Just get on with it. Also, since I already got rid of them, I'm gonna ask you directly, Jess. The black shirt and the white shirt you get in the Sky Fort, is that just a joke? Or do they have a purpose? Okay, are they just a haha, we're in the technological zone, so here, have a modern fucking t-shirt? Or just to throw people? No, you don't have any cast of invis. Never mind. Blast you with an ice 3. If she even survives. Nope, there we go. Book got a turn. And that did nothing. I don't know why I bothered with an ice 3. Just stab carry to death. Stabbity death for you. There we go. I don't see how, Oh no, you're talking about the ice spell not doing much. I was gonna say, I don't see how a t-shirt's supposed to keep you from freezing, but... Different topic, different topic. Yep, now we're in the water area. We're gonna go back to struggle zone here soon, because we're gonna go into the wind area where things are gonna get stronger again. And actually start to be relevant. Which I should actually be healing during these fights, even if it's gonna make it take longer. Which, you know, that's also just the inherent disadvantage I have against this genre in general, is the more time things take, the more I'm just like, yep, I'm not here for that. that cursed impatience that I have. Like, if it weren't for the fact that the music and sounds would turn into nightmare fuel, I would probably have turned on speed up ages ago. Howdy, Retro Homebrew, how's it going? topping up everybody's health as best I can for free. I'm doing alright. Mild frustrations here and there, but you know, that's the life of playing something like this. That's just how it goes. Oh, the excitement of fighting a sea snake. There we go. Just feels like such massive overkill hitting a sea snake 5 times. Yeah, for everybody just coming in, we are in the Temple of Fiends. We're almost done here. Plus or minus potentially having to leave again in order to come back in again. Depending on how things play out the rest of the way through here. This place is a bit of a slog. Just a bit of a slog. No, we missed the war mech entirely. I'm assuming that was the rare thing that would occasionally spawn. That was talked about the other day. We only saw sentries and guards when we were in the Flying Fortress. I would say that's the one bit of good luck I've had throughout this so far, considering the amount of instant death that happened. Use your healing helm. You use your healing helm. You use your Zeus thingy. You use your healing staff. Of course, he goes first. Why wouldn't he go first? Just top up everybody's health. Now, especially since my goal is to, you know, finish this game sometime this year. Yeah, that sounds about right. That is how looking for trouble tends to go. Like, don't get me wrong, in the interest of documenting everything, I could absolutely see looking for that. But in all other logic, I'm like, nah, I have no reason to look for it. Incredible. But when something doesn't want to be found, it's not going to be found. Oh, there's the stairs over there, so I needed to go through the other door. That entire path up there was just going to be a red herring that took me nowhere, I guess. There might have been an item up there, but you know what? I'm no longer interested in items. The loot has lost its luster because I'm out of inventory space anyway. Come on, guys. It's just a bunch of water spouts. You can outrun a water spout, can't you? Especially when you're on land. No, because they want to make me waste more of my time. These things aren't even a threat that's worth fighting, but they're like, nope, you're gonna have to fight them because we can't outrun them. Nope. Thor's hammer. Zeus's bracers. Healing stick. It is impressive that they can hit these things at all. I will say that. And of course, no sooner did I say they're not a threat did they start actually doing damage, which is interesting because they weren't doing damage when I was grinding fighting these things earlier. So why... Sometimes the damage in this game confuses me. Because I swear they were doing negligible damage literally earlier today when we were a couple levels lower. Why are they doing more damage now? I mean, there is that, yeah. They could blame the game designers for making me sit there long enough that I could talk shit to begin with. If I was allowed to just leave like I tried to, neither side would have this problem. No, they insisted on making this a thing. Fine. You wish to die? You will die. Oh good, the one that wasn't getting targeted by melee is terminated. And we lost a lot of health. Because of course we did. Walk along a bit closer to the stairs and then I'll heal up. Or it's further in than it was in any other instance. Okay, hi Kraken. I'm glad you're like 10 miles away from the stairs compared to everybody else who was next to their stairs. They did that just specifically to fuck with people that were gonna do exactly what I wanted to do, huh? That's exactly why this is here. This game really just goes out of its way to fuck with you. And I'm getting a little tired of it. Speed him up because you're more likely to die than he is. You're out of your good heals. We don't have invis because you burnt through all your charges dealing with other problems. Speed him up in case he lives. Yeah, usually a surprise only certain people want. I am not one of those people that would want this surprise. You do have a Lightning 3 left. Oh, I'm glad that mattered so much. I'm glad that matters so much that I healed him. Only for him to get hit for 400 damage and die anyway. You ever get the feeling that your choices don't matter sometimes? You get the feeling that choices just are irrelevant? We're also out of life casts, by the way, and out of exit casts. So, we have a problem right now. We have a very big problem. Well, it's not that big a problem, but it's a problem. Like, it almost doesn't matter how this plays out at this point. Because we have two choices right now. We either die, so we go back. We spend a lot of time walking back. Or I use the forecasts of Warp Cook has to get much further back. Faster, at least. Yeah, Jesus, the Kraken does a lot of damage. There he goes, he's dead. And there goes Stab, missing out on a ton of experience. Oh, it's only 666, actually. But I don't think there's any reason for us to try to move forward here, because all we're gonna do is A, leave Stab further behind, or B, get destroyed because we're only 3 now. So, unfortunately, it's time to waste more of our time collectively here. Having to walk back through this whole place again. Okay, I think I'm back on the first floor. In fact, I think... Oh yeah, no, I made sure to be double-bagged as far as exit methods go, because I know that there's gonna be situations where I'm either gonna count wrong on my spell casting, or B, the person who has the exit spell dies. Because, you know, there's that whole spellcaster fragility problem. Come on, kill these frost dragons. We've killed dozens of these at this point. Thank you. I may make poor decisions, but sometimes I make good decisions. Pop up just a little bit, because we're close to the exit, but that doesn't mean we're not gonna get shafted on the way. The good news is, since we're here at Garland's castle to get here, we can at least get back to Corneria easily and just recharge that way. Yeah, you have, like, nothing left because of having to burn all those heal charges to try to fix things. You've already burned all your fire 3s. You do still have some fire 2s. With how I'm planning on going back through here, I don't know if I need to buy all the potions again necessarily, but I probably will anyway. Just to prevent us having more problems means spending a good 10-15 minutes mashing A again, the most exciting part of this game. The sad part is I'm genuinely just, like, apathetic toward whether my party survives this at this point. Because other than... I went the wrong fucking way. I love how this place looks the fucking same. It's my favorite thing. I love waste of space floors that are just flipped copies of each other. As I was saying, I'm genuinely apathetic towards whether this lot lives, because other than a level or so... Well, it's not even that, necessarily. It's just, think about it logically for a moment. If the party dies, I go back to the save I had before I went in here. Which then gives me back all of the potions I used, everything I used, and all that changes is I lose a level, which a single level accomplishes basically nothing. But I am very tired of doing these encounters, yes. Because these encounters are basically meaningless. I don't really care about these levels. Like I said, they don't do anything at this point. They've made me very slightly stronger. Oh, the excitement. You know, it just... Getting through here more efficiently will matter significantly more than one level. And it kind of becomes a matter of, do I want to sit here and keep mashing the button to heal these people? And then have to mash the button again in order to buy the potions again? Is that more valuable to me than that level? Because of the things I'm probably the most tired of, it's doing exactly that. These things don't really matter. They might instant kill somebody potentially, and that's about the worst that'll happen here. Except I keep forgetting that you three apparently have broken your legs. You can't run from anything anymore. Like, at some point, they just lost the ability to run from combat, and I don't know what the fuck is wrong with these people. I think they care as little about living as I care about them living at this point. That's the only explanation that makes any sense. Like, I'm genuinely starting to wonder if my party is wishing for death at this point. The only way I would be more sure of that is if they started missing all the time. Now, how the hell did I get out of here again? Because they saw money bags and they ran with it. Because it certainly wasn't in good game design decisions, I can tell you that. Welcome in, Free, how you doing? Like, they're refusing to run from these combats. I can't even say that they're failing, they are just refusing to run from combat now. And at this point, if they're just gonna disregard the thing that makes any sense to do, I'm more than happy to just let them die at this point. Just go ahead and fucking die. I'm just tired of working with this incompetence. Hopefully when they die and come back to life, they'll have remembered how to be useful. There it goes. Anyway... he was taking 1 damage from the physical attacks, yeah. See, all we lost was 1 level. We have all those 99 heals again. We have all of our magic, I think? So in the end, it didn't matter. Because I don't think we even picked up anything of merit in there the whole way. And to remind people, see, look, our armor inventory's full. There's just, like, nothing else I can do with this at this point. And I don't know if it matters that he has the pro ring and the pro cape, but you know what? He may as well wear them, because who else is gonna wear them at this point? Anyway, let's go do this again. I just gotta remember the path, which, good fucking luck with that idea. Because this place is oh so memorable, so I clearly can remember every single inch of this place, yes. Why am I casting Fire 2? I should just use the staff if I'm gonna use Fire 2. Like, part of the reason why I am so just over this, like I am appearing to be, by the way, for those that are like, why is he just, like, so extra done with this? We're, like, feet away from being done. But they're doing everything in their power to prolong the experience. And that's kind of why I'm just, like, I am just checked out at this point. Because even my own party is betraying me about getting done with this and out of here. And that is just a frustration of a special kind. Like, I don't know what to do when even my own party is betraying me. I don't know if they've just gotten lost to bloodlust or what, because they're effective at attacking. They're just inept at getting us out of these combats without having to fight. Because we absolutely could have gotten out of so much of this by just running away like we did earlier in the game. But no, they have to fight everything on the face of this damn planet at this point. Like, they're just too juiced up from their promotion. They think they can take on the whole damn world. Just thinking about it, I don't think we ended up running from that many combats other than things that can instant kill us ever since they got their promotions. So from that angle, I guess I could see it. They're convinced they're invincible. Even though that should have been proven wrong by this point. Goddamn magic steroids. It's also wonderful when everything decides, hey, I'm gonna just, like, ship you for 40. But we're all gonna do that. We can out-heal the amount of damage this one can do, though. So let's see if we can try to, like, gain back some ground here. Find out if things like the Bane Sword do anything, haha. Oh wow, that actually does do something. Huh. You know, I didn't expect that to try to do anything. I'm gonna assume that's like an instant kill spell or something? I love that description. Poison smoke spell that tries to kill everyone. Go, Sun Sword. See if that does something, because we're literally just spam healing here. If you're wondering, yes, I'm doing this as much out of spite right now as anything else. Just thumbing my nose at these ice dragons after all the problems they've caused. Okay, the Sun Sword doesn't do anything. Like, this one's just locked in with us right now because I'm just annoyed at them. This one's having to suffer because of the rest of them. I'm glad I'm not the only one who went for that. Because I said that earlier when we picked up the Sun Sword. Okay, we are up on health now a bit. So everybody heal again. You just stab that. If it lives, that's a shame for it. Oh, of course, as soon as we're getting ready to get out of the combat, they knock the health back down again. Bard, please. You've killed one of these in one hit before. But I understand, you're just giving us a chance to actually recoup the damage we took. I understand. But Stump, finish the job, please, whenever your turn comes around. You don't have anything that'll be good to use here. There you go. We've just carried around like an eclectic mess of magic items at this point. The important thing, though, is when we get to Kraken, I'm gonna really do my best to have a cast of invisibility ready to go so we can hopefully keep people from getting ripped to shreds this time. That's gonna be the big part for that one. Just people ideally not getting ripped to shreds. I suppose I could have slowed him, too, and then he would get less hits. That probably would have worked. That was like the beginning of the fuck snap at that point. There's only so much chicanery one can take. Stump, I swear to God, if you die now... Well, that is actually a thing, even in, like, D&D. There are... I believe it's black dragons have a poison breath attack. So essentially, those would be gas dragons. Stab, I don't know what to do with you, man. You were doing so well for so long, and you just keep face planting in this dungeon over and over again. I hesitate to bring him back to life because I feel like he's just gonna die again. Like, I don't know what the hell's happened to him. I looked away and he just died. He did only have like 100-something health left, so I think he just got hit by like back-to-back poison breaths. And then just died because at that point it was over for him, but like... the fuck, man? And the issue is, I don't really have a good solution to these gas dragons. We usually were only having 2 of them at a time, so it wasn't really a big problem, because our combined damage would be enough to chew through them pretty quick. 4 of them is a problem, because their poison breath does a lot. Case in point, they keep spamming it. And I could have mitigated it, yes, but all the mitigation in the world wouldn't move this along. We would just be slowly... we would either be slowly winning or very slowly draining to death. With how short a distance we've gone, I'm genuinely considering just letting another death happen. Because it'll be faster than kind of just, like, dragging ourselves forward. Or out of this situation. So I don't think I can just exit out of combat either, can I? Let's see what happens if I try casting the exit spell in combat. I'm actually curious to see what will happen here. I was gonna say, of course you stopped using your poison breath at that point. Okay, it just didn't do anything, huh? Love that game design. You may as well keep yourself alive while Stump kills them, because we're just gonna warp out of here and go get everybody back to life, and then we're gonna walk through again. There's 8,000 experience these 2 clowns aren't gonna get. It practically doesn't do anything. If it didn't work when I needed it to, it may as well be a broken spell that doesn't work. Or in that scenario, because... for what good will it do at any other point? I cannot trust it to work if it did not work in that situation. On the bright side, at least we get discount revives here. Like, that is one nice thing I'll say about them pulling the shenanigans where the first dungeon is also the last dungeon, is at least you get the cheapest prices on reviving and healing. Now, if only it mattered with the gobs of money you had at this point. Yeah, the more things change, the more they stay the same, old man. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Speaking of this fucking lady in the doorway, this is the first time we've had this problem in this town. I'm just leaving out the other end. Fuck you. I'm not impressed with her dance. She's not getting money. If she's trying to get tips by dancing, let me tell you, that is not the place to dance. All she'll get is the tip of a sword jammed through her, but she's in my fucking way. I love how it keeps playing the puzzle solved sound every time I walk on that tile, by the way. That actually amuses me a little bit. Let's actually go the right way this time so we don't go an extra, like, 6 miles out of our way to go around and exit this place. Because that part's my fault. Like, I went well out of my way the wrong way. Yeah, I'm really starting to get on that line of logic that Stab has given up entirely, because he did a single hit. He didn't even do 3 hits like he usually does. Everybody else is at least doing 2. But Stab has just returned to his nefariously useless ways here at the end. And I complimented him earlier. I clearly made a mistake complimenting him. I should just continue to remind him what a fuckwit he is. Well, his head's come off a couple times now, so hopefully he's learned something from the experience. If not, we have enough casts of life. I don't mind watching it get knocked off his shoulders again in the hopes that eventually it gets through to him. Which, that is something I want to point out, by the way. Oh no, never mind. I was gonna say, it's a dick move that life and exit are on the same tier, but they aren't. Those two tiers blend together in my brain. Can we run from the bad men? Because this isn't really gonna be a thing. Oh good, you actually remembered how to run from a fight finally. Or is it because the bad men got tangled up in their own capes and didn't... No, this is why we were able to run. This is why we were allowed to run from that, because this was gonna happen. Oh, game. The good news is, there's only 2 of the ones that can instant kill. They do, yeah. Down. Stab actually survived the instant kill. And killed, okay. Yeah, they are definitely Temu Batman. I arguably should have let that fighter live so I could have healed, because the fighters don't seem to do anything, really. Aside from, like, provide protection for the mages. Which, you know, that makes sense. Hi, Phantom. We're just gonna, you know, kill you and move on, please. Yep. 1 experience, 1 money. Of course, he stunned the one that does any real damage to him quickly. Joke's on you, he gets glared at constantly. That's not gonna affect him. That's more effective. That is a lot more effective. That's the first time he actually cast Zap this entire time, with all the times we've gone to this fight. That's the only thing that can kill him is instant death. Or me just letting him die. The hell did Xfer do? What was that? Why is he... Where the fuck were all these spells before? Thank you, Cook. Thank you for ending that mess. Now, you might be wondering, why did I let that go on that long? I could have ended that a long time ago by actually, you know, trying to use more magic and such. I was just so caught off guard by the fact that he was actually doing anything other than just kind of flailing uselessly and dying, that I wasn't sure what to do anymore. Like, I was just so thrown off by that happening. Anyway, hope you're ready for, like, 30 of my potions to go out the window here. And don't get me wrong, he made the right call. He used instant death on the guy with the highest HP pool, because that would be the only one that he would have no hope of killing conventionally. Okay, that didn't take as many potions as I worried it would. which he had 600 hit points. It'd be 20 potions, not 30. But either way, yeah. Which, I am thankful that Zap failed on everybody else. That could have been a lot worse. That could have been a whole party wipe just in and of itself. So that could have been a disaster. Fun fact, I have Zap as well, and I've not used it aside from like once. See, there it is right there. That's why I recognized the spell, and I was like, no, 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 no. Why are you using that? Where did that come from? Why did you not use that before? Time to do this bit again. Hope everybody's ready for the most exciting part of this game. Everybody getting into a happy little healing circle for a few turns. As Bard waves the sun sword around on like a disco ball. That is just what I'm deciding is happening now, is they're just having a party with these healing items. Disco sword and all the healing hats and the staff. Just a great time for everybody. That's why their health goes up. Exactly. Just holding the staff and breakdancing. Let's go ahead and end that little dance, though. He's well acquainted with the floor. That's why he gets away with breakdancing the way he does. The floor supports him more than it does anyone else. Of course, had to get one last spiteful hit off on Cook on the way out. I understand. I'd hit him too. Here we go again. Second verse, same as the first. It's very interesting how sometimes these zombie dragons do damage to stump and sometimes they do 1 damage to stump. I'm slightly confused by that. Why does everything want Bard dead in here? I've noticed that as well. It's like a lot more things are targeting Bard in this place than usual, despite him being in the 3rd slot still. Is there just like a hidden this type of enemy likes to kill red mages thing? Actually, everybody's doing decently. You get 1 potion just because everybody's been hating on you today. Worm sign. Yeah, that checks. That's why all the zombie dragons hate him. It's all the former lovers of the dragons he wooed. All the houses he's ruined, all the relationships broken. Goddamn homewrecker. Back to this, huh? We can afford a bit of fire here. expedite this one away. In hindsight, I should have been just using the mage staff against these the whole time. There needed a bit of brain cooling time because of how some of this has been panning out before reason would fully take hold again. We haven't seen rock golems yet, that's new. I'm not gonna worry about getting up and walking away at all during this ad, I don't think, because you're not really gonna miss anything of merit during this ad, because we're just retracing our steps here. So I think it'd be more effective if I just retrace the steps and be done with it. Okay, the rock golems were not really a thing. They just kind of existed. Hey, look, there's that level I gave up coming back. Hooray. Yeah, that would just be par for the course. Just like, oh hey, they're dead again? Huh. Can't imagine how that happened. Anyway. Oh no, the golem made himself fast. Ah. Here's the stairs. Of course, we have to have one last batch of Medusas appear before we get to the stairs. 10 hits. I don't know if anybody else caught that because the ads were running, but Cook got hit 10 times and took 10 damage from it. Absurd. Fucking absurd. I'm slightly tempted to fuck around a bit here, but it's Medusas, so it's very dangerous to do that. But we're gonna have everybody but Bard heal and see if we can get away with it. Yeah, especially since Bard killed it before half the people's heals went off. Yeah, dang it. I mean, that is true. It is. They are the green and or greater Medusas, depending on interpretation you want to go for. Yeah, exactly. It could be either. They're great. Anyway, here's the Lich. If anybody remembered him, you know, he's about to die again. Or he cast Nuke this time. He had that the whole time, huh? Can't have shit today. Since when did he have Nuke? Genuine question. Since the fuck when did he have Nuke? Fucking hate it here. The best part is, prophecy comes true here, because people are gonna be coming back from the ads to Cook being healed back up after having been obliterated. So the whole team's in shambles after this particular incident. Also, Cook would have Nuke if I could have found the guy who had it. I went looking around the town that supposedly had the guy that teaches you Nuke. Couldn't find it. Went all up and down the town, didn't find it. Because I saw it listed as a thing you can learn in the town you needed the translation for. couldn't find it. That'll do well enough. So yeah, for everybody that was in the ad, fun fact, we fought Lich again, and he had the spell Nuke, which is more commonly known in the later versions as Flare. You might recognize that from later Final Fantasies. So yeah, that went poorly. That went real poorly. No. We weren't in that town for very long. Oh wait, no, it's in Gaia, isn't it? Even though the list said it was somewhere else. I got fucked up because the spell list said it was in the place that needed the translation, but I think it moved to there in the Pixel Remaster, maybe? Maybe that's where things got screwy? Because, you know, of course, over last week to this week, then you would not have shown me where it was, I don't think. Because we didn't do anything in there. We went in there, realized I couldn't talk to people, and then I left. Back when we had done that before. At least that's what I remember of that. I could easily be remembering wrong, because what do you know, it's been a week. I tried walking out of the area to the right, because that's usually where they hid things, and it didn't really lead me anywhere. We might go fetch that if we end up having to leave again. Because at least that would give me something to lash out at the universe with. Because at this point, boy, am I feeling like lashing out at the universe. Oh yeah, the doors, that's right. The unnecessarily long path. Yes, yes, your whole turn that accomplishes nothing occurs. Yeah. We're just gonna have Bard work his way through these guys. One swing at a time. Incredible. I mean, for him it makes more sense for it to be called Nuke. Considering he's a machine. Yes, Stream Deck, I don't care that you have an update. I haven't been using you because I need to set up things that use you again. And I really don't currently care. Just gonna keep spamming heals against these guys because they can't do any real damage. Try to fix some of the damage done. Oh no. I mean, they're doing enough damage to undo the staff, but they're not gonna be able to undo all of the everything else. The main thing here is just trying to get Stump's health up. Without burning resources for it. Though... Bard, how have you not killed one of these yet? My dude, what are you doing? He's normally better than this. I don't know what gets into his head now and then. Like, every character on this team just has these moments where they just drop their sword and forget how to function. There you go. It took you 4 turns to kill one, and Stump just lashed out once and killed one immediately. Like, I'd understand if he was still using the fire sword, but he isn't. So I don't know what his excuse is for having done such poor work there. See, he did better that time. He even crit that one. have you kill another one of them now that we've gained some ground. Pretty much, yeah. Just working our way through this, because this is the only way we're gonna make this happen at this rate, genuinely. Short of sitting here and becoming significantly stronger, this whole, like, healing circle thing we're doing is the only way we're gonna make meaningful progress. This is either that or we're just gonna have a whole thing where we're setting resources on fire constantly. Everybody heals realizing they're not stabbed, so they're happier with their lives. It's like, oh right, it could be worse, we could be that guy. Okay, never mind, we're fine. Everything's okay. The very concept of these healing helmets is a hell of a thing. Like, I'm sure it's as simple as, yeah, they just put a spell on these helmets that lets you cast the spell, but it's just like, it's in a helmet. Why? Why a helmet? Why is there two of them that are in helmets and not, like, there's a bracer that heals and a helmet that heals? Like, why not just a full healing set? Why did it have to be two of the same thing? Yeah, you know, that's actually probably the realest answer to that question that there could possibly be. Like, we could make more items, or we could just put a duplicate of the same item. Same reason there was a random cloth and random bullshit in the Tower Fortress, I'm sure. I'm still carrying the Vorpal sword around, even though I'm not convinced that that is gonna have any reason to exist. I wonder if this is why they give you these easier floors in here, is genuinely so you do exactly what I'm doing here and just recharge for free. Or if this is just an unintended consequence of them making these floors have previous enemies in them. It really could go either way on that one. So that's the screwbally thing, is I swear they made those guys worth more experience even though they're not stronger. But maybe it's just because there's more of them that we're just getting more experience that way. Don't know. You didn't get to a high enough level to get... I'm thinking about... Yeah... Like, I would assume all of them were given some variety of fuck you move, but I don't know. Do I even bother? You, honestly. Because the last time I had you throw magic at carry, it did fuck all. Why don't you just heal what damage carry is going to do to us? Oh, of course you fire 3 this time. That actually didn't do that much, ironically enough. But I swear I got predicted there. Like, the game knew I queued up Invis, so it's like, okay, you're gonna use invisibility, huh? Well, how about if I just hit you with fire? Or teehee. I would not be surprised if that's a thing that happens. There we go. Fight over. Meanwhile, down here... into the water section. Zeus Bracer... There's a lot of enemies here, so we're not gonna fuck around too hard. Like, the fire staff's not gonna do a lot to these guys, but it'll still chip them a bit. Next turn, I'll probably have Stab use Thor's hammer to dole out some lightning instead of healing. I'm so glad they're all being stupid and attacking Stump, whom they cannot hurt. They should continue to do that. It's a great idea. It's the best idea, in fact. How about you hold out your healing helmet for a moment? Like, they had to have realized just how much these items with spells would break everything. But at the same time, this is also why those items get consumed in later games, probably. Is they realize they fucked up. There we go. Let's bring down the hammer. Yep, there's that altar. Where's the exit in this one? Oh yeah, it was all the way over here, wasn't it? You go all the way down and around. Yeah, there's that. Hammer. Bracer. Dance! Oh, the excitement. See, this is the problem with things like this, is there really is nothing to my combat at this point. I just direct them to use the items again, and then the fight's over. Not that there was a ton to the combat before either, admittedly, but I at least had choices to make before. Now, really feels like the choices don't matter. I mean, in a lot of ways, that's at least better, because at least it gets it over with quicker. But I can see the other side on that, where it becomes too easy. I'm more just against this because it makes these encounters feel like they are a genuine waste of time. These purely exist to take up your time and hopefully hurt you on your way to the encounters that matter. Yeah, no, it is guaranteed to be that. I don't think they actually changed the experience numbers in any significant way. It's purely just because this is a slower process. Between fast forward and any kind of quality of life to your command system, even just the auto commands in general would make this significantly faster because you don't have all the menu opening and closing to get through the process at all. Like, I'm not one that's looking to shave off time to that degree, but I see that there is a difference there, or at least that there would be a difference there. As you lose time, like I said, just from the menus opening and closing, you lose time from the inputs themselves. Meanwhile, if you just have a auto button, you press one button and all the action happens, and it's gonna happen basically the same way anyway. Okay, now we're about to go into Kraken Hallway, which is where everything went wrong before. But everybody's in better health this time. And we have enough spells to deal with him properly. I don't have an anti-ice. Oh yeah, I specifically gave Stump the anti-lightning and anti-fire, by the way, because I was anticipating this situation. I just haven't needed either of the above for dealing with most of this. Just a thing to point out there. You attack. You... fast him because his attacks matter more than yours. You invisibility everybody because we can do it this time. And you cry because I don't think what you're gonna do is gonna matter that much, but try anyway. I also could have tried slowing the Kraken down like I talked about before. But yeah, see, even the lightning he does doesn't do that much damage, so Adlet would not actually matter that much here. That was a really good crit with 416 damage. Keep doing things like that. You know what? For shits and giggles, slow him down for when he inevitably tries to rend you asunder with tentacles. Go ahead and fast him now, because that'll be a use for your turn. Admittedly, I was potentially gonna have you do that instead, but it's okay. Heal up the damage that everybody took from the lightning. Ow! I'm glad he targeted Stump with that. Ineffective, what do you know? What a shock. $300 damage crit, basically. Everybody get in there. Get him. Kill him. Mash him. Put him in a stew. Thank you for wasting your turn trying to blind us. That's actually incredibly helpful of you. There we go. Critical will terminate. X, thank you for the raid. You're just in time for Kraken to have fallen because we're on our way to the Temple of Fiends to finish this game. What were you up to today? I really thought they had put 2 Krakens back to back there. I was about to be so upset. And Legend of Daryl, thank you also for the raid. Hopefully you were having a grand time. What were you up to as well? Welcome in, everybody. For both of you, if you need to raid and run or do anything of the sort, please make sure to do so. Taking care of yourselves is the most important thing. I'm a bit tired there, Daryl, but hopefully you're doing well. Ah, you're a game ahead and many years ahead, I see. Ah, thank you for that, Jez. I appreciate that. Glad to hear it. Hopefully you had a good time with your stream. I'm sure the Pixel Remaster has been treating you better than the original version would've. Ah, get a great view of pain, misery. Excellent. Everyone needs to get a chance to see that. It involves a lot of clicking the same buttons. Yeah, this little mess that I've got going on here. Stump, stab, bard, and cook. Cook goes back and forth between being mascot and hero, honestly. Stab is usually the butt of the rest of the jokes that aren't directed at Cook. Bard usually is doing great work, but today he's not been doing his best. And Stump is just doing his best to survive being stuck with these 3. That's basically our roster. In a nutshell. That's a lot of vampires. This seems like a good idea. Burn the vampires. Burn them all. still very funny to me that there used to be one of these as a boss, and then they get relegated to regular monster duty. Real shame for them. Oh, they've done a funny to me again, haven't they? They sure have. We're gonna have another one of these grand and glorious rooms where everything looks the same, and they expect me to find my way through it. But I'm gonna assume it's just gonna be in the opposite corner or something, because this at least doesn't look like it loops, unlike the Sky Tower. So fingers crossed on that one. Stop being sparkly vampires. Stop it. That went out of style pretty much the moment it tried to be in style. Stop it. I walked through it once, realized they pulled fuckery, and just looked at a map because I'm not dealing with it. I'll be honest on that one, because I got screwed real bad on the return trip, so I'm like, no, I'm not dealing with it. I can tell you did something stupid here, so I'm just gonna avoid dealing with this nonsense. The worst part is, I was like I think I actually had walked to the correct exit of that room already once during that, but I couldn't tell because the sprite for the elevator is the same in both. So that map was like the only way to tell without specifically stepping on both of them. It's literally just like one full path left and one full path up. That's literally all it is. And I would have found it probably without using a map if Bard had not gotten instant killed while I was walking in all the directions to check. Because basically what I did is I went like 2 rooms long to the left, and then 2 rooms up, 2 rooms right, 2 rooms down, just to verify none of it was a straight line. And then I was gonna start doing 1 and then a turn, 1 and then a turn. Eventually I would have hit the right permutation that way anyway. I just don't have the patience for that these days. Especially when it's something like that, it's just like, this is not worth suffering through. This is just not worth the time. Like, y'all have seen me put up with a lot of things, but there are some things that are just like, no, this is not worth the pain. Because it wouldn't even be funny pain. That's where the real, like, line gets drawn, is, would this at least be funny to watch me suffer through? And at that point, it wouldn't have been funny. Like, the salt would have flowed even freer than the Temple of Fiends situation did. Which that would have gotten compounded if I had suffered through that and then ended up dealing with the Temple of Fiends problem. I really am, yeah. I'm kind of fine with that because I have to assume there are worse things to run into in here. So I will happily take that. But I have noticed that the game loves to give me the same encounters over and over. Even though there are definitely other encounters in an area's pool, it loves to throw the same one repeatedly. Which also does not help the excitement with this game at this point, but you know, that's how it goes sometimes. Mildly inconvenienced. There we go. I think we came out of that gaining health on most of the party. There's a couple that came out of that worse for wear looking at Cook, but you know, he lives in that reality. I don't trust like that. I don't trust like that. No, I sure fucking don't. Oh, it's just Masamune. Okay. Here you go, Stab. This is almost certainly for you. Of course, the one time it isn't a death trap is the time I prepare for it. Of course it is. Yeah, you know, that might be a little bit of a boost for him. Maybe just a little bit. Well, considering there's usually a detriment to the legend for this sword. Oh. That's just an anyone equipped sword. Interesting. I do think Stab still needs it the most. Other than Bard, possibly, but Bard at least has magic to fall back on. And you know, he is a ninja. He is the closest to the right one to have that weapon. It will hopefully make up for his incompetence somehow. I also might be getting my legendary swords mixed up. Don't mind me about that. I am tired and also mildly stupid. Don't pay me any mind on that one. Which there was an interesting discussion relating to like life-draining swords and such that I got into on Blue Sky not too long ago about the fact that there's these like swords that turned people into demons or sucked souls out and such, and the idea was brought up that they were like the real versions of them that existed before the legends were told. They may have just been like swords with radioactive elements in them, so people would just slowly get poisoned to death, and potentially their families and such would develop mutations and such. And it's like, you know, this is an interesting thought exercise, and there's a certain amount of logic to that. Oh yeah, it would be awful, but it would also fit. It would make a degree of sense for such a thing to have happened. Exactly. Especially if archaeologists pick such a thing up later and get sick too. But it would have been potentially before enough knowledge of such a thing existed. So they may have just chalked it up to a curse too, and then the legend would continue to flourish. Something superstition, something people will take the ridiculous explanations over the logical ones in some cases. But I just thought that whole line of thought was interesting, since we're on the topic of legendary swords. Because obviously, they would not have started out as absurd as far as their legends go. Like, the more it gets retold, the more the transformations would be embellished and everything. Oh yeah, a box of radioactive material in an old village would definitely have a dramatic effect. Especially when the only one who would know what to do with it doesn't remember. Look, Evil Man! The upgrade from Bad Man! Oh no! What are we going to do? At least this guy's got, like, the pointed bits coming up off the mask, so he looks even more Batman, but he's in gray instead of black. Like, light gray, that is. Before anybody's like, actually, Batman wore gray a lot. It's like, yes, I know, shut up. That's not the point. Goodbye, evil man. Didn't even get a chance to heal before I obliterated him. Hey, level 30 for Stump, the main character. Like, in terms of any interest, I think we can all safely say that Cook is the main character, but Stump is the main character in terms of being effective. So based on the damage Stab's starting to do now, he might actually become just as relevant now, which is going to be nice. Took a incredibly powerful legendary sword, but, you know, sometimes that's what you need. And I'll be honest, if Stab had been being more effective just in general, I probably would have given Bard the sword once he got told that anybody could equip it. Just because it would have given him quite a help. It's like he would have had the most to gain in terms of damage gained. But, like, look at that. Just obliterated that vampire. Oh yeah, that would be comedy gold. Honestly, I would probably have done similar, like I might have given it to Cook, if Stab didn't need a buff so badly to be relevant. Because he just gets the short end of the stick on weapons so badly. Like, the katana helped him quite a bit, but nowhere near as much as that sword's doing for him now. Where am I meant to be going here? Because clearly the offshoot that I thought was the correct way was not the correct way. Yeah, absolutely. It would give the White Wizard something to do when they're healing. And wasn't needed. It would significantly expedite, like, every encounter you had. Because you basically then had 4 people capable of dealing real damage. Which, it is very entertaining to me that Cook has basically been relegated to the support role that Bard should have been in. Absolutely. Because you need a certain amount of the healing regardless just to keep the drain at bay, essentially. Like, I'm noticing my situation matters a lot just on the basis of who ends up being the one that gets hit. Because if they're attacking Stump, for example, I don't need to heal because Stump will take negligible damage from, like, everything under the sun. I have heard that they are, like, disgustingly powerful set up properly. Yeah. You just need to be able to prop them up enough and keep them from getting killed, and they'll just kill everything else. See, that's pretty much exactly why I didn't want one. I knew I was already gonna have... Oh, there we go. I found the right direction because I found a Tiamat. Hi, Tiamat. We're doing this again. You know, rounding a corner and just kind of finding Tiamat is not on my list of things that I'm happy about. Oh, really, particularly? This is gonna be a decision here. Do I cast Invis here to avoid getting hit because Tiamat was hitting pretty hard when we fought Tiamat before, or do I save the Invis for the final fight? Because I want to keep a cast at this level in the pocket in case things go sideways and I need to exit again. Because we don't have enough casts of Warp to get out of here, as we've established before. I'm gonna hold. I'm gonna hold for this round and see what Tiamat decides to do first. That's kind of what I expected. That was more damage on stab than I expected, though. That was a really high roll there, huh? Oh, boy. So that's a problem. Hey, how about you get that lightning shield up, like, now? Like, now. Or get hit, that's also fine. Okay, stabilized. Prioritize boosting him, though, because even... Well, no. You go ahead and attack too. You two expedite this situation, if you would, please. Oh, Bane. Didn't do anything. 8 hits. Good job, Stab. Now let's see, Stomp put that to shame. 7 hits. Oh no, he didn't get a crit. He actually did less damage for once. Yeah, we're definitely in hang in there phase right now with how that just started. But we're okay. We're okay for the moment. I think we're fine. Yep, there we go. Stab has killed Tiamat. That could have gone a lot worse. We stabilized quite nicely, reasonably quickly. It was a little touch and go when Stump lost like 200 hit points to a physical attack and Stab lost over 200 to lightning. Right off the rip. But that's all 4 fiends beaten again, so we got that going for us. So presumably it's not long now to get to the end of this. Yeah. I would genuinely be shocked if somebody hadn't already made that. Almost through. We're almost done. Soon the evil will be defeated. And I haven't burned all of my resources yet. That's the most important part, is we have resources left to use for the final bit. Bard, why do you have to be an overachiever when I don't want you to kill something? It's only ever when I don't want you to kill the thing you're swinging at. Just like, without fail. Oh, I hate the way this room's laid out already, but I'm gonna assume I need to get to that middle bit. That seems like the logical conclusion. Huh, well, don't you look familiar? You look like a certain somebody I forgot about forever ago. I think time travel may have done him some favors. What's up? Remember me, Garland? Your puny lot thought it had defeated me, but the 4 fiends sent me back 2,000 years into the past. From here, I sent the 4 fiends to the future. The fiends will send me back to here, and the time loop will go on. It's not much of a twist, considering we knew already that the fiends were sent forward in time. And it would be easy enough to assume, since the Temple of Fiends was Garland's castle, that Garland would be here. After 2,000 years, I will be forgotten. and the time loop will close. I will live forever and you shall meet your doom. I wouldn't be surprised if a chunk of it's questionable translation, especially considering nothing is mentioned about him transforming into chaos here. That's the thing that gets you. It's suddenly chaos. The only reason this didn't shock me is I knew about chaos already. Like, the guy's just standing there and this thing just bursts out of him. Just ta-da! Magically, he is now a giant monster. Oh yeah, it's important for anybody that doesn't know this thing is a consistent thing. Now, you just hit him. Just hit him really hard. You do that too. I don't know what moves you're gonna have, so let's go ahead and get invisibility up immediately, just in case. I wouldn't be surprised if he has access to most of the different flavors of magic. Including probably very nasty types of magic. Now let's play Element Roulette. Are you weak to anything? Because I've been saving all of this just for you. That didn't matter. Ow. No? Maybe? Okay, nope, that just didn't do anything, but I'm assuming that's break but better, and I'm scared of that. $246 with a critical hit. 253 also with a critical hit. I love to see these two doing comparable numbers. That's great. Yes, I can. Or can I not cast life in battle? Oh, that sucks. What the hell's the point to having a revive spell if you can't use it in combat? That is utter garbage. Which really shouldn't surprise me at all with this game. I mean, yes, but... Bleh. He's yellow, so I'm gonna save lightning for last. Let's hit him with fire now. Another 235. 180. We're making headway. Go ahead and speed him up now too. So he didn't particularly care about any of my spells, and I'm going to assume Quake and Zap aren't going to do anything to him. He's just not going to die instantly. As funny as that would be, I'm going to assume those don't work. So get to spinning, sign boy. That's going to be your job again. If any of his spells did any real damage, I would have continued casting them, but they all did like 50, so I don't think it matters here. I think keeping everybody else built up is better. Okay, so you do have the threes of the spells. I kind of figured. Being Chaos, you would have, like, the mix of everything. Since you used Ice already, let's actually burn a turn protecting its fire. Yeah. No, that one I knew about. It was the worst thing. Just like, why would that be the decision you make? But it's true. I believe some of the later versions of 2 might have fixed that? I don't remember. There's like 3 versions of 2. There's the one that's the Origin Collection on the PlayStation, and then there's also, obviously, Pixel Remaster at this point, I believe. But I don't know if the PlayStation version fixes it. I might look into that and do that as a funny. Like, take that as a middle ground. Why did I just tell Cook to attack? Also, I find it very funny that he chose to do lightning when I'm like, he's gonna do fire next. And then I protected from fire. Though it would be the greatest comedy if Cook had killed him with that attack. He did. Cook has actually been doing pretty well with that staff, damage-wise. He gets a lot of crits for some reason. Go ahead and get Outlet up now, too. We're just gonna get all of the magic protections I own up to try to help out as best as possible here. Hedge bets a bit. Go ahead and heal Stab because he's not... Well, no, heal Cook because Cook's worse off. Cook, heal everyone. Like, this is the final battle. If I'm not gonna take somebody seriously, I wouldn't be taking anybody seriously, is the point. Like, this is the fight to take seriously. It landed on Stab, yeah. Stab got his attacks cut in half. That's why he only did 3 hits instead of the 6 he was doing before. So Stab's attacks are currently garbage. Unless, do fast and slow cancel each other? Because he may have gotten put back to normal. But if I can cast it again, maybe it'll do something. Because it'll probably be more useful than him attacking in his current condition. Bard, go ahead and just attack. You go ahead and get back to sign spinning. And that's Chaos down, first try. I think Stump crit every attack he did. Yeah, I assumed he had, like, at highest, like, 6k. Considering most of the fiends had, like, tops around 4k, not even. So I assumed he was gonna have more, but not, like, egregiously more. My greatest fear was him having, like, maybe 8,000. That's why I set up all those defenses just in case. The time loop is now broken. The 2,000-year-long battle is over. Peace prevails. Oh, so he could have healed a lot. Okay, control of the 4 elements, the earth, the wind, the fire, and the water once again belong to the earth. Garland's hatred burned for 2,000 years. That hatred led to the 4 powers to this world. We could have ended up in a whole duel where I was fasting, slowing him, and then he was fasting himself. Chaos was created from those 4. Evil dominated the world and covered it in darkness. Oh yeah, because he already hits hard, so him hitting multiple times would just destroy somebody. But it was now over. Wrong has been set right. That's certainly a word choice for it. The Light Warriors are returning. As they travel in time, the world returns to normal. How are we getting back anyway? Sarah and Jane wait for them. Of course, Garland does too. 2 of them aren't gonna get anywhere, but that's fine. One of them might get Garland. But when did it ever happen? You know, that's another very good question that I just wasn't gonna worry about. Because there were multiple princesses. I was like, one of them's probably Jane. Everything went man in a day. The reason lies in the 2,000-year time loop. That only got addressed at this point, pretty much. The 4 chose to become one force in the fight against the 4 evil forces that set darkness upon the world. When the 4 return, it will be to their past. All signs of the battle with the forces will be erased. And nobody will be waiting for them. But the legend will live on, passed down by the dwarves, the elves, and the dragons. Passed on by peoples unsure where the story came from. We're not gonna get anything for having done this. The Light Warriors return from their journey back in time 2,000 years. The memories stored deep in their hearts will protect the world. That is an odd one, yeah. The queen that you never see has a name, but the king sitting there right in front of you doesn't have one. Never forget the good and true. And these guys that saved the world, don't worry about them. Never return the four powers to the dark side. Something dark side. And truth will always live in the hearts of the people. Oh, if only that were true. The warrior who broke the 2,000-year time loop is truly a light warrior. That warrior was you! No, it was those four. They did all the work. I just told them to stop being stupid. May the orbs always shine. See, the sister is the one I assumed was Jane, because I remember running into a couple princesses when I was running around the castle talking to people trying to figure something out earlier. That is a very interesting way around they're going for spelling the end. It's like they were trying to keep you in suspense about whether they were trying to spell something rude out for you or something. Since they spelled the whole word backwards. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. That and the scene where they're all standing on that one beach and one of them is missing for some reason very early on in the game. That's why they couldn't fit in replacement sprites for the things that changed or a sprite for the fucking airship in the desert. Because they wanted a fancy animation for spelling the end. That doesn't even really look like the end. It just looks like blah blah blah. What is this, for example? The T just looks like an anchor with a cloud over it. It's a mess. It doesn't even look like a cursive T. No, I didn't know there was a minigame. Aside from the minigame of take a shot every time they made a poor decision making this game. And then you would die of liver damage before the game's over. Also, I cannot seem to leave the screen, nor do I actually get any music, so that's great. Thanks, game. That's fairly common on the NES. The game will either automatically reset or it'll hard lock on the screen. You have to reboot the cartridge. Interesting. You know, let's at least look at that, I guess. I'll show that off before we end. Now, is it on the ship itself, or is it the airship? Okay, I know where I parked the boat. Let me just go get it. 'Cause I parked it all the way over here, back where we got the airship, and then never looked at the boat ever again. Oh no, hold A and press B repeatedly. There it goes. Interesting. Oh hey, this is... They reused the scene where 3 out of 4 of the heroes are standing there, huh? No one ever knows where the 4th guy ended up. So is this a slide puzzle, I would assume? Yeah, this is a slide puzzle. Okay. He's just down there like, guys, help? No. Now we're busy posing. Help. This is all part of your training, Cook. I can't be trained if I die. Details. We've proven that he can definitely be trained by dying. Interesting. So they kept it in the remaster. Interesting. That makes sense. I've already kind of fucked this up. In terms of doing this the efficient way, I have fucked this up real bad. Hooray! It's one of the rare games I've 100%ed, and I can't really say I'm that enthused about this concept, but you know what? It happened. Also, we're not actually gonna finish this puzzle. Now that I know it's a slide puzzle, and it's going to be very slow to sit here and shuffle the numbers around, We're not actually gonna sit there and do that. But people can stare at the screen and try to figure it out. Yeah, you know, that actually tracks. That's how these puzzles work. More often than not, you can get, like, the majority of it quickly, and then just, hey, finishing it? Never gonna happen. I'm gonna go and snooze those ads because they're about to happen, and we're literally getting ready to leave. So, no point in y'all dealing with the ads here at the end. I overall have mixed feelings towards Final Fantasy 1. As I've said repeatedly today specifically, even, play the Pixel Remaster if you're gonna play this game. Don't play this version, unless you really want to experience the actual origin here. That's the only reason to play this version. And that's the whole reason I did it, is because this is the original version. So I was making that point. I had an idea as that ended up turning out to be. That's also part of why I'm going to take extra time before we do Final Fantasy II, is I may tinker around and make a different decision as to which version of that to play. Or I might do something interesting. And the something interesting I'm not going to explain yet. But I have a crazy scheme in mind involving Final Fantasy II. And we'll wait till after I finish Breath of Fire to find out whether that scheme will work or not. So if you're interested in finding out what my goofy idea here is, you're gonna have to wait at least a month, probably. Because I would anticipate Breath of Fire 1 to take, like I said, a similar amount of time to this. So I started this, I forget if I started it, like, right at the end of last year or right on the first Monday of this year. No, this was session 4, so yeah, I started it on the first Monday of this year. And we've ended it on the last Monday of this month, actually, so that ended up lining up really neatly. Completely unintentionally. That's a hell of a thing to think about, actually, that just ended up slotting in so cleanly. I need to make sure that that's true now that I've said that. I can find out very easily. Yeah, this is session 4, so yes, it ended up perfectly lining up to take up the exact amount of this month in Mondays. Wild. What'll be even more absurd is if we also finish Hollow Knight tomorrow, which is very unlikely to happen based on what we learned last week about the fact that that game is longer than I thought it was. So that one's gonna end up being in an awkward spot, and what we might do, hear me out on this one, what we might do for next week, since the birthday stream is on that Tuesday coming up specifically next week, what I might do is I might finish Hollow Knight, or at least continue Hollow Knight that Monday. So, as in next Monday coming up. So that we don't end up having that interrupted for a full week, and then we'll start Breath of Fire the week afterward. So the 2nd of February, for example, would end up being Hollow Knight, and then the 9th would end up being Breath of Fire, which may mean that it ends up spilling over into March. I may change my mind about that and rearrange things. We'll see how it ends up working out. I may also just bump Hollow Knight to later in the week instead. Just understand, Hollow Knight's not going to be part of the birthday stream because there's an intention to have a lot of people coming in like a revolving door of friends coming and going during the birthday stream. So, that's not really going to work for making progress in Hollow Knight particularly. So that's what tomorrow's going to be, though, is Hollow Knight continues tomorrow, obviously. Then Thursday, I had posited the idea of doing a repo lobby. It's currently looking like that's happening, but we'll see if anything changes on that before Thursday comes around. I need to also go bother some people about that and make sure that they are still interested since they didn't react to the follow-up about it. Things may have changed. You know, people's schedules end up being what they are. I should have double-checked on that sooner, but winter storm stuff distracted me. Then Friday is completely up in the air. I may even just, like, do a double on Hollow Knight this week to try to expedite that. That's also a possibility that will end up happening. And then Saturday, I'm just gonna kind of free play that one too this week. Because I'm more than likely also gonna try to take it a little bit easier leading up to the birthday stream. Because I'm gonna be putting a lot into that birthday stream, even though it's not gonna be like a 12-hour or anything. It's probably gonna be, like I said before, probably like 8-hour-ish. Because I don't want to go too ham. But I may end up going and just going and going and going, because it wouldn't be the first time that's happened with one of those birthday streams, especially when I have a lot of friends coming and going. So that could end up being a whole thing, but that's the upcoming schedule as planned. Obviously, bear that note in mind of as planned. The plan could end up getting thrown out the window at any point, because an idea strikes, a situation changes, shit happens. Y'all know how that goes. And I do want to address the sound alerts thing again here for a moment while I'm picking out a raid target just to get this cleaned up. There are new sound alerts for those that may have not noticed. Not all of you are interested in that, I know, but I'm just gonna make sure people understand what's going on with that. Because of potential issues with sound alerts and Blurp right now, both because of them having inconsistent latency and becoming an issue in that regard, and allegations about some fairly hefty Gen AI use on some of those that I'm not sure is proven out, but it was enough of a nail in the coffin for them on top of the instability and everything for me to remove them entirely and replace them with an internal full system. All sound alerts are going to be running through Firebot now, but that means I need to go get the sounds myself. So that's why there's a new set of them at this point, and there is going to be more. I just got to figure out more ways to get new ones. Like more places to rip them from, ways to rip them from where I want them from, etc. So that's all the information I wanted to give y'all on that. And I'm still having a mild indecision issue here. Not because I don't have choices, but because I have too many choices. Let me actually see where some of these are at, and then we'll make the final decision there that way, as we are wont to do. Rated them before, not too long ago. Have we ever actually rated you? I feel like we haven't. It just starts. So you're a potential. We'll see what I see with the other ones I wanted to check first. There's a couple that I'm surprised I don't see today. I'm wondering if a few people are just missing today. Like they may have taken the day off due to winter storm things, etc. That's always possible. Yeah, you know what? That'll be funny, actually. We'll go here. That'll work out. Of course, I stalled long enough that the ads ran anyway. I see that. But, it is what it is. We're gonna go see Dory, who's doing World Guesser. Which I'm guessing is a replacement for GeoGuessr, which I did not know existed, but I may need to look into that myself. I remember a whole thing about avoiding paying for GeoGuessr, so that may be a whole thing. But Dory's good people, so that'll be a fun time. We'll go ahead and get that queued up. Thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. Like I said, we'll be back here tomorrow with Hollow Knight. Won't go back over the schedule again at this point. We'll be good to Dory, she's good people, and I'll see y'all tomorrow, hopefully. Good night, everybody.